There's that red light. Okay. Welcome in.
Ray Allen inducted into the Hall of Fame. Yeah, that must have been last year.
Was it
September
him,
9th, 2018.
Kobe?
Or
he
might
might have been the
Kobe.
class before. Yeah.
He was before Kobe. Wow,
Somebody
man.
gotta
We seeing whole careers and then Hall of Fame inductions. That's crazy, bro.
Bruh, knowing
That's
that my
crazy.
godson turns 18 tomorrow is
That's crazy, man.
that's something. That's something. Like I remember, like I know I was talking to I was on with Sarah yesterday. Sarah was, it was for Chris and Yo and everybody. It's like, man, I remember the minute I found out Chris got traded and what that meant. Like, because Mitch was, Mitch is dope. Like, I mean, but Chris was that was different. Like Chris was like cool. Like Chris was like for us, like our age.
Yeah.
Mitch was a little more old school. Like Chris, like that spoke to us. And
right.
When you talk about impact on the culture, like he's, AI kind of stands alone, but Chris is pretty high up there.
Yeah, Chris
was did at Michigan.
He was in our life for the culture for 15, 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
93, about 15 years.
Let's go, Ravens. Yeah. I see you.
Hey, sure. This is what's going to happen. I mean, little birdie, tell me Cheryl on the West Coast.
Ooh.
Cheryl out there in Vegas. Baltimore is going to be in the house at Allegiant Stadium tonight. Baltimore going to be in the house.
Indeed. Yo,
Warren,
shout out
what's up, man? Shout out to Warren, man. Warren was showing mad love, man. I appreciate
shout out
that,
to everybody who tuned in to game day with Kenny Caraway yesterday.
Yes.
8 o'clock in the morning. That content immediately becomes old at 10 o'clock, and still more people watched game day yesterday than watched some other shows around town. So that's some good stuff right there. That's not even counting who was listening on the radio and the Odyssey app. So y'all killed it, man. Thank y'all for
man, for real, man.
Yo,
I definitely appreciate y'all.
And I was like, oh, okay, people didn't come to watch the show after the game because football's still on.
Right.
They were watching on Twitter. I saw I didn't even notice it. I saw the Twitter number this morning.
Yeah,
they were watching.
They came back and saw that thing. Okay,
yeah.
And that's really that's kind of what I look for the post game show to be. Like, come back anytime on Sunday or Monday and come watch that.
Yeah, because that content stays. That content's good till next Sunday.
Right. Yeah.
Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Come on in and stay a while, baby. We're here with you for the next 4 hours. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my bad. Let me fall back. Let me fall back, partner.
No,
that's my bad.
Not that. It's not that. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
Okay.
This happens all the time. If you're new to D-Lo and KC, something happens, something is said, usually by me, right before the start of the show, and we end up scratching the whole first 2 minutes with the open with this. Yeah. So when I'm the YouTube and stream and everything, we get a little NWO sign. Bam. How do we not have any of the NWO on D-Lo and KC? They were like 20 miles away this weekend. What the hell?
D-Lo and KC dropped the ball, man. I don't know. Danny in San Francisco can't get. I mean, he books Eric Bischoff and Ric Flair for the morning roast, boy. But when it comes to getting the NWO on D-Lo and KC, yeah, we missed that one. I saw DJ Oasis from KSFM post a picture on Instagram. I was like, hey.
I said, wait, what? And I remember somebody did tag us on Twitter, and I missed the date. I thought it was like coming later down. I didn't know it was like in a couple of days. So
it was out in Stockton, man, and we missed it. Come on now.
Man. We'll get him again, though. We'll get him.
We'll get him for sure. Yeah.
But
welcome into Dealing with KC. Go ahead, hit them air horns one time for the W. Let's go.
Hold on, let me get that thing going. Hold on, 1 second. Niners 1-0. Let's go.
They are.
I know they are.
Well, wait a minute.
None of that. They're 1-0 air horns. That's all that matters.
That's accurate. They are 1-0. But if you watch like 57 minutes, boy, you're a 49er fan, you riding high. You're like, yo, 1, Super Bowl. 2, how many in a row? 3, dude, screw the NFC West. We got this. Like, there ain't nothing to be. Is it 17-0? Is it 16-1? What are we doing? If you stuck around for the final 3 minutes, you have a bit of a different feeling today. And all I could have thought about was like, how would I approach this show if I had walked away in the final 3 minutes? This game's a blowout. I'm going to go do a graphic for ESPN. I'm going to take the dogs for a while. I'm going to go do something else. And I had missed the final 3 minutes. I wonder how I would feel about this game had I not seen that. Because having seen it, know everything that happened in that 180 some odd seconds, man, it gives a completely, not a completely, because I don't want to be super dramatic. I feel like some 49ers people are being a little bit overly dramatic. Something very dramatic did happen, and we'll get to Jason Verrett here in a minute. But we've seen stuff like that before. We've seen a letdown in the final few minutes before. Hell, I think the starters were even done for Kyle Shanahan at that point, and he had to put them back in. But, man, the last thing you saw is usually the thing that sticks with you, and the last thing we saw from the 49er wasn't good.
Well, look here, Damien. Look here, Omar Simpson, who says, after all that stuff you were saying about Tampa Bay, need that same energy.
That was championship football with 57 minutes.
Hey, well, look, but this is the thing, Damien. This is why y'all need to listen to me, because I keep it a stack at all times.
Yeah.
I keep it a stack at all times. I'm going to tell you right now, Damien, there's nothing that the 49ers could have done yesterday in a positive way that would have swayed me or exaggerated me in any way. They did what they were supposed to do. They beat the hell out of a bad team. I would not, if the final 3 minutes didn't go that way and it was 41-17, you wouldn't be hearing me talking about, oh, it's championship time. It'd be the same. It would be the same way that I'd be talking on this past Friday. Be the same thing. They handled business against a terrible team, beat the hell out of them. Make no mistake about it either, regardless of what happened at the end of the game. If you ask me what happened in that game against the Lions, they beat the hell out of the Lions like yesterday. Like let's not just go all off. Let's not jump out the window, as I like to say. Okay. They beat the hell out of the Lions yesterday. Right. They won the game. They're 1-0. They handled business against a bad team. It's time to move on to Philadelphia. Let's go.
Okay, I feel like you're just a smidge bit defensive right now, because they did. They beat the crap out of Detroit, and then they didn't. It was just like a game within a game. They did, and then they didn't. And all of a sudden, the score got pretty tight with an opportunity for I was about to say the Los Angeles Rams, because I'm thinking of Jared Goff, with the Detroit Lions having a chance to tie the game. Sometimes the ball bounces that way. Sometimes the ball bounces straight off George Kittle's mask, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Nothing you can do about that one. That was a great kick.
There's probably, it was. You don't see those. Yeah, you don't see those very often. You don't see the kick get that right bounce. And if it happened 9 more times, would Kittle miss it the way that he did? Who knows? It was just it worked out perfectly. The Lions took advantage. And I think it's difficult. I think the first 57 minutes of the game are the most important part. You don't want to ignore the final 3 minutes. And the fact that sandwiched in between all of that, again, KC, it's the one thing that we said on Friday. Hell, it's the one thing we've said for the last 3-4 months. There was one thing that the 49ers cannot afford this season. They can't afford injuries. And we put an exclamation point on that, saying they really can't afford injuries in the secondary. Well, one of the first notes that we got headed into Sunday was Emmanuel Mosley's going to be out. All right. That's problematic. Now you lose Jason Verrett. Jason Verrett tore his ACL. There's it hasn't been made official today, but no head coach is going to jump off that cliff without knowing. Kyle Shanahan knew last night that he tore his ACL. He framed it as he feared he tore his ACL. The doctors told him, fam, we can tell. Like, we checked.
Jason Verrett knew what time it was.
That's exactly like if you saw his reaction. Athletes know. He'd been through it before.
Yeah, he'd been there.
The one thing the 49ers had to avoid, above all else, at the position they had to avoid, they got hit with. And now we're going to be talking Josh Norman. We're going to be talking Richard Sherman. We're going to be talking a lot of different things. But, you know, that's one of the stories within the story are the injuries that happened last night.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's just the serious one. Like there's some other ones we got to talk about too.
And this is what I'm kind of getting at. And I talked about it a little bit. Shout out to our girl Sarah Hodges. I was on there Sports Sunday last night talking about this. Talked about it yesterday on 49ers game day. Jason Verrett goes down, and he's one of the more respected guys in that locker room. They respect him not only for his talent, but his journey, his marathon, being injured, tearing his ACL, tearing his Achilles, fighting back from that, being somebody that's super talented who has just been hampered by injuries, being able to fight back from that, play really well last year, be basically the number one corner this year, get ready to do it again. And when he goes down and he's lying on that ground and he didn't, and I want to be clear because, you know, people may not understand it. It's not anything I'm making light of. I'm just being real about the emotion of it. He didn't even make it to the bench to start crying. Mm-hmm. He was crying right there on the field because he knew what it was.
He knew.
And those guys, when they see their brother like that and somebody they respect and hold at that high of esteem, I mean, this isn't Madden, bro. Yeah. This isn't Madden. Like, that affects you. And of course, you will want them to be professionals, and they try the best to be professionals and move on, but they're human beings. And it's not even, and when I say they're human beings, it's not like it was a 24-20 game. Yeah. And it's easy to, all right, man, we lost them, but we got to snap back in and win this game. It was 41-17.
Yeah.
Like the last thing they were thinking about.
They thought they were done.
Yeah. They thought the game was over and they just lost their guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They let off the gas. Absolutely. And then not to mention Verrett goes down. Then Jimmy Ward goes down. Luckily it was just a cramp. Then I think Al-Shazier goes down.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the rest of the NFL, but I saw my Twitter timeline. I know how I felt. 49er fans got PTSD. Mm-hmm. All this happens within like 5 minutes. And we're like, here we go again. Yep. And I said, I don't know if I tweeted it or I said it out loud. I was like, let them score so you can run the ball out and just get the hell out of here. I don't want to play no more. Get the hell out of here before we lose anybody else.
I don't want to play anymore.
I don't want to play no more. What Martin said when he was getting beat up by Tommy Hitman. I don't want to fight no more. Yeah. I don't want to fight no more. Like, look, the game's over. Let's get the hell out of here. The last thing I'm thinking is let's lock them up on a 3rd and 8 so we can get this stopped. Like, no, just get this game over with. Mm-hmm. It's human nature. The Lions kept fighting. They kept playing. The Niners were a little disoriented. And Kyle Shanahan said so much. He had a little PTSD almost. He saw Verrett go down and Ward go down. He's like, get the starters the hell out of here. Yeah. Let's get these guys. Like, all this plays a factor. And it got tight to the point where they had to bring guys back in. But that's more so why I'm not really tripping, and I'm not really looking at that as like I hate to sound like this, like a real comeback from the Lions, or
that's fair,
or a real collapse by the 49ers, because their minds were gone once Verrett was there and it was 41-17.
It's completely fair. You have to explain why the score is 41-33. Like, for those who didn't watch the game and you look at the box score, you turn on the radio, you get the push notification, whatever it be. Maybe you think 41-33, you think you had a fight where no defense was being played. Mm-hmm. That wasn't the case. The 49ers did beat the crap out of the Detroit Lions. The 49ers did exactly what you were begging them to do last week. When we left this show, when we closed up shop last Friday, you said the San Francisco 49ers need to beat the hell out of the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are a bad football team. It appears that the Detroit Lions absolutely are a bad football team. They had a Sacramento Kings style defense out there, and it wasn't pretty. It was bad. Like it was bad. Sacramento Kings last year, certainly not this year. They're going to be much better this year. But last year, we all know the Kings defense was bad. That's what the Detroit Lions looked at. Detroit Lions were giving up plays to rookie running backs, rookie quarterbacks, rookie everybody's. They were making Deebo Samuel is Jerry Rice 2.0. Like they couldn't stop anything. And then the injuries started to happen. Different guys started leaving the field. You're right. I think everybody mentally checked out. I think Kyle Shanahan checked out. Hell, some guys not only mentally checked out, they physically checked out, as you noted there just a moment ago. And they had to come back in, and kind of the momentum was on the side of the Detroit Lions. And you could play the what if the game was 3 more minutes, longer. It doesn't matter. It wasn't. They didn't make that run until it was far, far too late. So for 57 of the 60 minutes, the San Francisco 49ers beat the hell out of the Detroit Lions. I really don't care about the comeback. I really don't care about how things went sideways, because the fact is it's 1-0. If they had to go to overtime, we could have a further discussion. If they had to kick a field goal to win the thing, we could have further discussion. I don't think any of that's warranted. The issues right now are injuries, because it's not just Jason Verrett. We've got to talk about Dre Greenlaw, who had a pick 6 out there. We got to talk about the Porsche who broke down before he got off the block.
I might have to put that thing on Auto Trader.
He ain't even get to the check the blue book value. Like, we need to talk about
thing on Auto Trader. Might be looking to move on.
But on the other side of the coin, there were a couple of guys who came back from injury. One of them, I think you expected to be great. One of them, maybe not so much. So there is a lot to dive into. And here we are 13 minutes in. We haven't even mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo, who played like a superstar last night. We haven't even mentioned Trey Lance, who threw a touchdown pass. He's the only quarterback in the NFL who is he has a touchdown ratio of 100%. He's perfect. He throws a pass and it's a touchdown. So we'll dive into all of that stuff. We're with you for the next 4 hours on Twitch, on YouTube. We're with you for the next 4 hours on the Odyssey app. And of course, on Sacramento's #1 sports station, your home for Niners coverage, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Y'all hit the thumbs up, please. Begging for them likes. Begging for them likes.
Do that, please.
We need them post shots.
Do
Twitch
that.
in here. Appreciate you, Twitch. Welcome. I ain't gonna say Twitch been lagging, but we got to get to 400 subscribers, man. We are lagging on Twitch. Thankfully, Kenny got us some new subscribers yesterday with game day.
Let's go.
We need how short are we? Where are we? 388. We just need 12 more. I feel like we've been stuck in the 380s for a while.
Yeah, Rob W. He was a healthy scratch.
Yeah, I believe
he was
not good enough.
3. Yeah, jeez, that's rough.
That's a hell of a box score. DNP, not good enough. Yikes. Yeah, that was definitely the puppy dog look when that tweet came through. It was like
out of nowhere.
Huh?
Out of
Kyle
nowhere.
Shanahan hit us with an RKO. Oh, did you see what's happening tonight?
I heard, yes.
Like, oh, so that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
We're just going to okay. Okay. That's what we're doing, huh?
Look, I'm gonna be real with you. They got to do it on that show. Cause I wouldn't have been tuning in live if he wouldn't have told me that.
Well, I think they're in their feelings because they got it handed to them a little bit. They're paying a little bit too much attention to what AEW is doing, and they're like, we've seen this story before. Yeah. Let's do something here.
When AEW hits them with one of these,
gonna put some butts in the seat.
Then I know the wars are back. When Raw tries to say what they're doing and then AEW puts out a press release with that, then I know the wars are back.
That's a press release.
That's what they should do right now. AEW, if you're watching D-Lo and KC stream, if you put that out there, it's on and popping.
That'll put some butts in the seats.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Went in on Kyle earlier. Says not the training staff. It's Kyle Shanahan with his ego. That's all.
Wait, that's how they got hurt? Because Kyle Shanahan's ego. I need okay to explain.
Well, no, man. Yesterday was a perfect storm or imperfect storm.
I'm with Will Z on this one. I need Luke to use some of that not good enough energy. Ooh. Yes.
Oof.
Yikes.
Man, oh man. Hey, does my girl, I haven't seen enough of the Sparks. Does my girl Tia Cooper play?
Yeah.
I saw her last night. I saw she played last night. I was watching the game a couple weeks ago. I think it was against Atlanta. She didn't get no burn. I thought she played. I mean, I've seen her play. She looks solid. She looked like she can play. But I think I've seen 2 games where she didn't get no burn. I'm like, I thought she played.
I think she plays.
She don't
Maybe
play.
I'm not playing
She
close
don't
enough
play in
attention
front
to
of
the Sparks.
Tolliver. I know that much.
Mm-mm.
She ain't playing in front of her. And then they got another guard that
Tolliver, as the kids say, is a bucket.
Yes. Been that way too.
Hey, I got to be honest, Anthony. I liked it. I liked it.
Job. I thought he did a good job.
I loved how he leaned into it. Like he wasn't the best, but it like the fact that he was just doing it was great.
I saw him down by the apron. I didn't see his entrance.
The entrance was good.
They went crazy on the entrance.
The entrance was good. He did like, because he had the Hawks thing on. Like he did this. He was like he did this, and they let him have it too.
That's what I like.
ESPN 1320, Twitch, YouTube, or the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. I'm quite confident you'll have zero trouble finding a Tupac station. Of course, it was 25 years ago today that Tupac died 7 days after being shot in Las Vegas. And what oh man, me too.
That was a Friday night.
Friday night, I was at home because I was 15 or 16.
Yeah, I was still young. I was like 12.
Where else was I going to be? Like, I was at home. I had just hung up the phone with my man Io. We were talking about Pac, and I remember the last thing he said, it looks like he's gonna kick out of it. He'll be fine. And then like 3 minutes later, he calls me back and goes, "Did you see that?" I was like, "See what?" It's like, "Yo, Tupac is dead." Like, what? And I didn't have cable. We didn't have cable, so I had to go to the local news. Like, I'm like on channel 3 or something, waiting for Lois Hart to tell me Tupac died, or Lois and Dave Hart, or whoever it was, to tell me that Tupac died. And I found one of the channels, and the story was still on, and it was like, wow,
Didn't think it was gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's like Biggie said, he's like, got shot, kick out of it, write a song about it, and go on. And
so I didn't even make the connection either. It was on this day. So 25 years ago, Pac died. 2 years prior, in 1994, Ready to Die came out on the same day. I never knew that until today.
Wow.
Ready to Die. I always call it. I didn't tweet this because, you know, how people are on Twitter. They don't get it. Ready to Die is a cinematic masterpiece. It's not a movie, but when you listen from start to finish, it is.
No, he did a perfect job.
That movie changed the way I listen to music forever. That album changed the way I listen to music forever.
Him, Puff, the Hitman, they did a perfect job with that. And it's one of the great albums. I heard Ready to Die in its entirety years after he passed, like a long time, like almost embarrassing long time after he passed. It was probably, when was I over there with that? Or it had to be something like 2006, right? When I first, because I'd hear snippets, I knew songs and stuff like that, but I never just went through with the album. And at that point, you know, people are like, "Yo, this is one of the greatest albums of all time." And you're like, okay, 10 years later or whatever. Nah, I'm sure they're exaggerating. I heard it all for the first time in order. I was like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah,
this is amazing. You know who did that a little bit? And it's not the same, but did a really good job. Jesse will appreciate this. I think YG did that with My Crazy Life. Like, he made a movie with that album. He did a great job with that one.
I don't think I ever paid attention to that one. I'll have to try that. Like the only I knew this wasn't what you were gonna say. The only other one that comes to my mind is Damn. Damn plays out, and then the whole
isn't that the one
backwards?
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that the one where it's set up backwards or something like that?
So when they say play it backwards, it doesn't mean get the vinyl and spin it backwards. It means listen to the songs in reverse order. And he tells a story. In the story, it whether you listen to it forward or backward, it still has the opening act, the three stages, and then the big climax. And no matter which way you listen to it, it's the same. You've got to listen to it to kind of get the feel.
Yeah,
but I think not all of I think all of Kendrick's albums are like that.
Good Kid, Mad City seemed to have that type of feel to it too.
Is that which one? I think it was To Pimp a Butterfly that culminated with the Pac interview.
I think it was To Pimp a Butterfly.
That because you were basically being teased the whole album, and then all of a sudden it's like he's talking to somebody. Like, what is he talking about? These songs keep ending in this weird way, and then you find out at the end, he's splicing in this interview where he's talking to Pac, which freaking masterful. Yeah, just absolutely
ready for a new Kendrick album. I'm ready.
Kendrick back though. Like he didn't drop one.
I need a whole album. He's teasing us.
I need a whole album by Kendrick Lamar. That's one thing I really appreciate about Kendrick, is when he drops an album, it's Kendrick. You might get Rihanna singing on a hook or something along those lines, but it's not Kendrick with 50 other people because people thought my album was trash. It's not Kendrick with 50 other people because that's what people expect of me. It's a Kendrick Lamar album.
Yeah,
that's what I appreciate most. He'll put his people on there, but it's not 3 people every song for 17 songs.
Yeah. Shout out Kendrick. Shout out TDE. Shout out to my man Reason. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Lil Wayne. Did you hear The Ceiling? Have you heard The Ceiling? The what's it called? The Ceiling 3, the mixtape.
He back to Wayne.
Child, bruh. He did a cut over Takeover. Oh my God. ROC. I'm running this crack. I was like, what is this? What's he doing? Oh, it's heat.
You know what? When some people try to say Lil Wayne is like one of the GOATs and all this other stuff, I don't dispute that. Even though in the last 10 years
he's bad,
he's been trash. But what he did with the mixtapes and with the first 3 Carters, man,
he's the mixtape king. I mean, outside of the 80s, he's the mixtape king. Like he's untouchable in that category. And we wish some of these 49ers players were as untouchable as some of the hip hop artists that we just referenced.
Wow.
There.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. I actually thought you were going to hit the button and I was going to get the long applause for the first time. No, it's too late. The moment's passed.
Get on your feet. Get on your feet. Yes.
That was sympathy applause for that transition right there. We've obviously talked about Jason Verrett. That's massive for the San Francisco 49ers. Bro, Raheem Mostert, we'll talk about Elijah Mitchell, some of the other things. Raheem Mostert made it 2 carries, and they were 2 really, really good carries. I mean,
he looked great. I was hyped.
That Porsche showed out for a nice little trip around the track, but then it had to go back to the garage for some maintenance. And it's like, man, this is what I was talking about, man. This is what I was begging for. I was begging for a running back. Oh, guess what, D'Lo? You got a running back. Remember the guy who you said was going to be the primary running back for the San Francisco 49ers? The guy who was going to take most of the carries from Raheem Mostert by the time the season was over? Yeah, he got a DNP because Kyle Shanahan said he wasn't good enough. So as of week 1, the San Francisco 49ers have spent a 3rd-round draft pick on a player who wasn't good enough to play in week 1.
This is getting a little ridiculous. It's getting a little ridiculous, Kyle and John. This continues to happen, and you guys need to fix this. It's not good.
Well, maybe they have. I mean, we'll dissect the drafting of. We'll let it's one game. We'll let the Trey Sermon situation play out a little bit longer.
One game, but he can't be inactive. That's a little ridiculous.
Kyle Shanahan is on the phone right now, and he says, "Sir, as a matter of fact, he can be, and he was. And unless he gets better, he's going to continue to be. And by the way, he's got an uphill. You thought he had an uphill battle to climb with Raheem Mostert? Not me. I knew Raheem Mostert was going to mix time. Now I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think it was going to be week 1." But hello, Elijah Mitchell. Welcome to the NFL. I mean, it's. I don't want to be too overly dramatic, but he kind of looked like Raheem Mostert on a couple of those plays, particularly that 38-yard break that he had. Man, he looked electric. He looked beautiful out there.
A little smaller, but just as fast, just as explosive. He looked great. He looked great out there. And I've said this a number of different times between Kyle Shanahan. Forgot the other guy that helps with the running game, but Bobby Turner is another guy that I remember because he's been with the Shanahan family since Denver and Terrell Davis. Like everywhere Mike and Kyle, eventually Kyle, have gone, Bobby Turner has been with them. And just look at it. Everywhere they go, they run the ball with anybody. Remember Orlando's Gary? And how he was breaking off 1,000-yard seasons out of nowhere. Essentially, I know maybe he would have been great anyway, no matter where he was at. But Terrell Davis was what was he, like a 6th or 7th round pick? He was on special teams. They turned him into, I'm not going to say they turned him into, but he ended up being a Hall of Famer. And they got him, Clinton Portis. Yeah. What's my man's name? Morris. Raheem Morris?
He was the coach of
Did you name it? Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert now Elijah Mitchell. This is what they do.
Oh, you're talking about the running back.
Yeah,
Alfred Morris.
Alfred Morris. Why I call him Raheem Morris? Alfred Morris.
Well, isn't Raheem Morris a coach?
That's what I thought, and I was like, well, maybe he did.
I thought you was talking about Raheem Morris, the coach.
I was like, maybe he did go on to be a coach, but the list goes on. They find these guys that can run in their system. They identify them. They identify the guys that work, what they want to do. And it seems like hopefully Elijah Mitchell is the next in the line.
I hope so. But Big Al is next in line. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, I have a feeling I know what Big Al wants to talk about. I don't imagine he's feeling very good today. Big Al, what's up, baby?
Yeah, that was very disappointing, D-Lo, for both of us. It was very disappointing. I saw the defense.
Not for me.
Had a great. Well, yeah, Michigan did fine, but what are they going to do? Lose to Notre Dame? Come on, let's just relax.
No, we're going to beat Ohio State. I know that much.
Okay, well, that's way later. Let's hold on to your stance there, Casey. Let's just celebrate giant victory and how the Giants are re-rolling again. Putting those little cubbies back in the pen. And making sure they. Now, what I want to say, because I almost bet, I don't care, right? Pro football, I don't have any team. I told you that, if you remember why. The Chargers, the Spanos family took me out of San Diego. I just hate that. So anyway, so I thought, man, the Lions are pussycats. So I thought, man, this 49ers looking good. It started at 7.5, 8. And I thought, boy, that's. And then I said, thank you, Lord. Thank you. I didn't put my 500 on that game. I would have been crying my thing.
Jeez.
How about this show? What was your favorite show? Give me your favorite show in the week. I watched all the highlight packages, not all full games. But I'll tell you, if Jalen Hurts is
I like it.
He's gonna look pretty sweet this year.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Big Al was going to lean further into Ohio State's loss to Oregon. You're going to be surprised how I feel about that game, by the way. We'll touch on that. MRI on Jason Verrett's right knee is confirmed as a torn ACL. Kyle Shanahan just announced to the media Verrett will undergo season-ending surgery. So again, no coach is going to jump off that ledge not knowing what he's saying. He said he feared it was a torn ACL. He said he feared because he knew the MRI just confirmed it. Jason Verrett out for the remainder of the season. The one position you just beg them to stay healthy in, they lose. Josh, I would expect a heavy dose of Josh Norman here at some point. We don't know how Emmanuel Mosley is going to be. And Raheem Mostert, jeez almighty. Raheem Mostert will go on IR for approximately 8 weeks with torn knee cartilage. Raheem Mostert, the Porsche back in the garage for at minimum, approximately, I should say, 8 weeks with torn knee cartilage.
Jeez.
Had 2 carries for 20 yards yesterday. Didn't take long, partner.
We lost
Didn't
2
take long
starters
at all.
already. 2 starters.
And that's just because Kyle Shanahan just started talking. Media members can only type so fast. There could be some more bad news on the way. Let's see what happens.
Dre Greenlaw, day to day.
Okay, well, that's the one I was waiting for. That was the next one I was waiting for. 916-349-1320. I'll let you mourn those losses for a few minutes. We'll get to
tragic.
Hey, we got Daniel here. Daniel, what's going on, baby?
Hey guys, I live and die with this team, man. I live and die with the Niners, dude. Over the Kings, over the A's, over everything.
Okay.
I'm freaking out, man. I watched that Cardinals game yesterday. I watched that Rams game yesterday. Dude, the NFC West is insane.
Yep.
Insane. We can't afford to have any injuries. We got to be
too late.
Hitting on all cylinders every week. Oh man. So when is this a time when Shanahan has to look in on himself and him and his scouting, his pre-draft scouting, go, you know what? We are not taking any more players that are injury prone. No more players that are injury prone. Because it happens year after year, man. Year after year, we're just getting hit by this injury bug, man, just constantly. And I can't take it, man. It's hurting my heart.
Well, Dan, let's take you off the edge just a little bit, big dog.
It's okay.
I got you. I got you, Daniel. I'm here.
Real quick, Daniel, I'm just going to need you to check in with us every week. Just every Monday, just give us a call. Let us know.
Please do, Daniel. Please do.
And that's after the 49ers won. Daniel was that disheartened. Like, hey, they won. Like, it's
now that's the first thing I was going to say, Daniel.
Yeah.
We want to know.
Yeah.
We want to know right now. They want a game. I talked about this yesterday on the 49ers game day post-game show.
Mm-hmm.
And when I coached high school basketball, one of the things that it was a rule of mine, even like coming into the locker room after the game, no matter what, if you won, we're going to celebrate the win because number one, that's why you play, to win the game.
I've heard that.
Right?
I've heard that. Yep.
You play to win the game. And wins, I've been on teams that don't win. I've been on teams that
I don't believe it.
Have struggled to win, right? Terrible seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And those moments, at least for me, makes you appreciate every single win that you get. So regardless of everything went down, the comeback, all this other stuff, at the end of the day, there ain't no style points. This ain't the BCS. All right. We don't have a committee here that says you can't get into the NFL playoffs because you didn't win this game a certain way.
Yeah.
It's 1-0. You won. So always remember that. Never lose sight of that. Number two, I understand that people are talking about the Seahawks and the Cardinals and the Rams. We knew this. We knew those teams were good. We said this was the best division in football. And I just want to remind people. See, this is how I think, Damien.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to remind people. Niners are good too.
I've heard that.
Niners are good too. Okay? So the Seahawks or Cardinals or Rams play the Niners. They ain't playing the Lions. They're not playing the Jacksonville Jaguars. Ooh. They're playing a good team too. All right? Never lose sight. I'm always aware. Because I saw everything that these teams did, and I'm going to continue to see everything that these teams did in the NFC West. Got my eyes on them at all times. Got to know them better than I know myself. But at the same time, never lose sight of the fact that you're good too. We got something too. They got to see us too. Don't forget that.
This TED Talk has been brought to you by Odyssey. Breaking news on ESPN 1320, like the Raheem Mostert the Raheem Mostert going to IR news. The torn ACL for Jason Verrett. Breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports better. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today.
Yeah, man. I'm not.
I thought you was about to say you look like you was about to launch into something. I just wanted to fall back and let you ride.
I got a lot of tidbits from this game, though.
Okay. Well, there's a lot to talk about with it.
You know, one thing that also this may sound some type of way. I'm not trying to sound any type of way, but you know, one thing that kind of hurt the 49ers yesterday as well. They were almost too dominant on the offensive end.
The defense was out there too much.
I saw somewhere defense, one of the players played 90 snaps.
Jeez almighty.
The defense was out there all game because the Niners, at one point, Damian, late in the third quarter.
The Detroit Lions dominated the time of possession. 33 minutes to 26.
Come on, man. At one point in time, let me get the official time when I put this in my notes. I don't have the time, but it was late in the third quarter. It was late in the third quarter. I saw a stat. The Niners were averaging a first down on every play. They were averaging 10.6 yards a play.
I remember that stat. Yeah.
Like they couldn't help but have these quick drives, and you're scoring. I'm not saying, hey, don't score it, nothing like that. I'm just saying the other part about that is, especially with somebody like Jared Goff, who will take the dink and dunks, you know, all the way down the field and matriculate that way. It just means that your defense is out there more and more.
So we you know, obviously, again, the defense fell apart late in the final 3 minutes, but they were in a position to be up 41, what was it, 17 or whatever it was. Obviously, something positive happened on the defensive end. Casey, what was it? Or let me rephrase that. If it was something singular, what was the most positive thing that came out of the 49ers defense?
The most positive thing, because there was two things that really caught my eye. So I'll give you the most positive thing. The most positive thing was they have a hell of a linebacking core. They changed the game. Okay. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Al Shazier. I mean, these boys were everywhere. They were playmakers out there. They changed the course of that game. The other aspect of it, and this is something that, you know, you always just hold your breath, cross your fingers with, play to play, let alone game to game, is D Ford and Nick Bosa are game changers. They're game changers. When they turn up, when they can get after the quarterback, and particularly when the Niners, I'm not breaking news here, but when they can get the pressure that they got on Jared Goff before, and you have those linebackers back there, I'm not saying the cornerbacks don't matter, but that changes everything. That changes absolutely everything. So I like those two aspects of what I saw on the defensive end. The secondary was actually fine. I mean, the Lions don't have any big play receivers or anything like that they got to go with, but the secondary was fine and made sure nothing went over the top, and that's okay.
I think that's what was Daniel's concern earlier on the phone. Our despondent Daniel, you know, he brought up the way Matt Stafford played last night and the way that Kyler Murray played last night, and I think he actually left out Russell Wilson, who's continuing his trend as being the first half MVP. Those are the three other quarterbacks in the NFC West. They all played really well. Well, the defense that we saw yesterday from the San Francisco 49ers, knowing now it's going to be a little bit different. You got Dre Greenlaw day to day. We don't need to, overreact to that a little bit. It is what it is. He's day to day. We'll see what happens going into the game against Philadelphia, where Jalen Hurts, the quarterback that Philadelphia didn't want, played really, really well. But you know that Jason Verrett is gone. Emmanuel Mosley, we don't know the status of him either. We feel like maybe Josh Norman is going to get some run. There's talk about Richard Sherman. You'll hear what Kyle Shanahan said about Richard Sherman. Like, is there a heightened level of concern because of the three other NFC West quarterbacks?
Yes and no. I mean, it's not heightened. It's just, this is what it was going to be.
Concern was already there.
Yeah, this is what it was going to be. I mean, it's concern, but it's also, I mean, this isn't like I told Daniel, this isn't a surprise. I mean, these teams are good. All three of the other NFC West teams, they're good. They're damn good. Like, this ain't a surprise. You knew if you were going to do the things that you wanted to do this season, if you were the San Francisco 49ers, you're going to have a hell of a road to do it. This was no surprise. Here's the other thing about this is I think the Lions are one of the worst teams in football. I think they're bad. But people are going crazy over the Cardinals and the Seahawks and the Rams.
I don't think anyone's going crazy. I think people are going crazy over the division.
Well, but they're
Daniel's
like,
worried.
We're scared. All I'm saying, and I will say this. I don't think anybody, and I think the NFC West is the best division in football.
And we said that before yesterday.
Yeah, I think the NFC West is the best division in football. I don't think anybody in the NFC West played a playoff team yesterday. And maybe by default,
it's cap sort of.
But you were there. Kyle Madsen has been saying for 3 weeks how terrible the Texans defense is, or the Titans defense is.
Mm-hmm.
This is like this. It just came to fruition. He's like, their defense is garbage. They got lit up. They got backhanded by the Cardinals yesterday.
They did, but the Titans did make the playoffs last year.
And they're going to make, I'm talking about this year. Now they're going to make the playoffs this year because their division is trash, maybe the worst in football. But true, I'll put it, maybe change it. Nobody played a contender yesterday.
Fair enough. Seattle beat the Colts, who were also a playoff team. You weren't here when I said this Colts ain't making the playoffs this year.
No. And when I say playoff team, I mean the playoff team this year, not from last year. I don't think any 4 of those teams are making the playoffs.
Okay. Well, I don't think the Colts are. Titans, yeah, you're right. After what by the way, David Scully, my bad. Rod Taylor, hey, my fault. That's me.
Rod Taylor, man, we got to start putting some respect on that man's name.
Hey, and we should.
Quarterback.
We should know better. We should put some respect on his name for multiple reasons. We all know why. We'll step out. We'll come back. What the hell was Adam Schefter talking about yesterday morning? Why did he try to insert himself into the news when he didn't have to?
Clown behavior. And also, I'm going to have some fun. Niners won. I'm going to have some fun.
Oh, well,
have a good time.
Well, Kenny just wants to have fun. We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, I missed Joe.
Yeah, tell him we got him.
Where's
first.
Joe? Oh, yeah. Tell Joe we'll get him right out. Yeah, my bad. Tell Joe we'll get him right after the break. Oh, shoot. Sorry, Joe.
Hey man, y'all don't worry about Blue. Okay, you just worry about who the hell y'all play next week. Don't worry about Eastern Ohio or something like that. Worry about them. Don't worry about us. We 2-0.
That's facts. You are 2-0 indeed. Hey man, 85 white. I'm gonna beg for likes. Can y'all hit that? Hit the thumbs up, please.
The whole Western,
please.
Western part of the NFL has a chance to go 8-0 in the first week.
So we got Will. Okay, we'll get Will. You said Joe's gone, so we'll get Will right out the gate. Kenny will have some fun. We'll talk about Shefty. Y'all keep hitting that thumbs up, man. You know we got to get to that. Oh, y'all tuning in, appreciate it. Missed y'all. Someone's timer going off.
Way you can. I don't know. It's not really my concern. My concern is the Niners will win it next week.
Josue, stop fronting. You still rooting for the Eagles to lose? Stop it. You're gonna be. He's absolutely still.
Man, y'all might want to see a bad Eagles team on Sunday, because if not, they might get that division. I'm gonna just tell you right now, Josue, they might get that division. Somebody asked.
Thanks to the 4 people who hit the thumbs up.
Come on, 4 thumbs up.
Well, no, we got 54. But I mean, since I started begging and pleading for likes, 4 people. I appreciate it. I appreciate that this has now jumped the shark, and you're just like, forget it. We're no longer hitting thumbs up.
Somebody asked yesterday, did you see championship football in week 1? No. See, this is what you guys don't. I'm gonna keep telling you guys don't listen to me. Y'all need to listen to what I'm saying instead of being reactionary. I told you there was nothing, as a 49ers fan, there was nothing positive that, how do I put this? That I could take from that Lions game. Like, not positive like that, but like the Niners could have put up 60 and I would have been like, no, I did what they were supposed to do. I wasn't going to be impressed by anything positive.
The Lions.
Yeah, the Niners, that was almost a no-win situation. You just get the win and you move on because you can all you can do is look bad in that situation. So they put up 41. They should have put up 41 on the Lions. Ain't worry about that. That ain't nothing that's going to get me overly hyped or make me think any different than what I already thought. I already said that the offense was a juggernaut. I already said that was the case. I'm not thinking they're even more of a juggernaut now because of what they did to the Lions. It is what it is, man. Smacked up them boys the way they
just realized I got a logo that we could put on your TV that stretches, that's long, that's wider, like the game day logo.
Yeah,
the game day logo cover the
that,
whole screen. I got that. I got that for you.
Bad.
The one we use for YouTube and all that stuff.
Good looking.
Little D'Lo and KC folder. Probably spot it right away.
Yeah, they're definitely. I mean, Ron Cruz. They're for the Niners to get where they want to get. They're going to need those guys to be more involved. They weren't in week 1. That's why they got 16 more weeks. Hell, Sermon will be there next week. He'll be active next week. I can promise you that.
Yeah, Grant. Colin.
No, he couldn't
okay.
get today.
That's no problem. No, that's fine. We got more than enough. I just emailed the logo to you, so you should have it at some point. Oh, Jesse said, okay, Jesse. Oh,
okay.
Oh, Jesse Senior.
Okay,
I like it. I haven't even checked. I made some bold predictions.
I hadn't checked either.
Social media is a great way to interact with the show, Twitter or Instagram, as is twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the thumbs up if you're watching. If you're not watching yet, hit the subscribe button. Go check us out. We post daily show highlights, all of our different conversations with the wonderful people who are kind enough to join us. Get set there. They get uploaded there too in an isolated fashion in case you don't have 4 hours of your day to listen to all of D'Lo and KC. We make it as simple as possible for you to get caught up on the biggest stories around the Sacramento Kings and the San Francisco 49ers. Let's get back to these phone lines. Hey, my bad to Joe. Joe, if you're still listening, you want to get in here, talk about Mac Jones, get at us, man. That was my bad. I missed your name on the board. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in here, I know my man Will wants to get in here. Will, what's going on, baby?
Hey, fellas, how's it going today?
What's up, Will?
Well, here's the thing, and I heard your take on everything yesterday, and I agree with a lot of it. Here's the problem I have, and I'm not a bandwagon fan. I'm a lifelong born-and-raised Niners fan.
I believe you.
I've watched Kyle do this a number of times now with large leads at the half. He goes into cover, zone, defense, and every time he's forgetting that other team, no matter how good or bad, is also making adjustments at the half, and no professional in any profession likes to be made a fool of. You're down 38-10 at the half. You know what that coach did to that team in the other locker room. He blew them a new one. And so they were coming out looking to hit, looking to hurt, looking to do things. I saw a couple times guys holding on to guys' legs on the tackle and stuff. They were mad that they were getting looked stupid. And Kyle went into a soft cover. And anytime you do that and the other team gets their back up, they're bringing it to you. Now you're reacting. Now you're going to get hurt. I blame going into that soft second half as the reason for a lot of the injuries happening, because guys are backing off. They're not taking it to them. That's where I say put on the gas, Andy Reid style, put on the gas all the way through so you're done and that team is out and finished and the clock's done.
I hear what you're saying, man, and I appreciate you calling. Here's what I will say, though, is
appreciate you, Will. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, Will, thank you. Here's what I will say. Number one, They were up 41-17 with like 7 minutes to go. Like, and there's a specific moment when everything changed. And that's when Jason Verrett went out, Jimmy Ward went out, and they had to start bringing in guys like Dante Johnson. Like that's when the game changed. All right. So let's not act like
49er Dante Johnson.
Let's not act like the starters were out there and they just lost focus and things of that nature. People were dropping like flies for like 5 minutes. Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I think it was screaming, get everybody out of the game.
Yes.
And Kyle was listening, so we did. And then it kind of didn't go too well after that.
I'm
not coach.
Look, everybody. So people were on Twitter, and this is the crazy thing about it too. People on Twitter were mad that Verrett got hurt because they're like, what the hell is he doing in the game at 41-17? Well, like, we can't have it both ways. Like, we can't have both ways. So there's that. That's when the game changed. I understand the whole prevent thing, but that's when it changed.
Yeah.
But the other thing about it is, to be honest with you, we can't be reactionary to what almost happened.
Sure.
Right? Because if the game's 41-17, and realistically, I know people don't like this, and I got a whole nother diatribe that I'm gonna get into in just a second. But defensively, and tell me, any football player, football coaches, whatever, tell me if I'm wrong, but you just want them to use as much clock as possible and don't let them score fast, because the numbers, the odds say 41-17 with like 5.5 minutes left. They don't have enough time. They don't have enough snaps and possessions to come all the way back. And regardless of what almost happened, what you thought could have happened, that's exactly what the Lions ran out of time. They didn't have enough time. They didn't have enough possessions.
And it's also worth pointing out, again, not defending anyone here, but onside kick recoveries are the percentage of those, especially now with the rule change, is extremely low.
Yeah.
Extremely low. Like, I couldn't believe that they got it back, because that does not happen very often.
Yeah. That was a crazy hop. Roddy says, except they nearly did. Except they didn't, Roddy. How about that? How about it didn't happen? We could talk about ifs and nearly's all we want. The percentages are right. I saw something yesterday that talked about win probability, and they did it for the whole game or whatever the case may be. From sometime in the third quarter to the end of the game, it never left 99%.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Lions weren't winning that game. Like, that's what I meant by my tweet. They had to have every single thing go. Hell, they needed Deebo Samuels to fumble after getting the first down. Like, they needed every single thing to go right and go perfect. And guess what, Roddy and everybody else? It didn't go perfect. They lost. That's just the bottom line. So when you talk about prevent defense and all this other stuff, the key to it all is don't give them a quick play. Don't press up and get up on them where they can get a 60-yard touchdown in a minute and 25 seconds. Now you're messed up. If they got to make a 7-minute drive, sure, let that clock tick.
There was I'll be honest. Did you ever feel like the 49ers were going to lose that game?
No.
Neither did I. And that's where, and I don't know how many people did. I know we take to social media like, yo, what is going on in this 49ers game? But I think games like this often expose people who look at box scores. We talked about this with Davion Mitchell in the summer league. Like, Davion Mitchell is going to expose a lot of frauds this year. A lot of people who cover the Kings, and you're going to find out all they do is look at the box score of the Kings Herald recap the next day, because they're going to have no idea what the impact of Davion Mitchell was. Yesterday's 49ers game was one of those ones where I feel like it's exposing people who didn't watch it. Like, yes, it absolutely was a one-score game. But also, like, did you really think they were going to get that final score? Again, it's not an ideal situation, but they had worked to get the touchdown. They had an incredible bounce go their way to get the onside kick. Again, the percentages for those are extremely low, with the Gunners being gone now. And defense stepped up, got the ball back, and still, even at that, I was like, just get this game over with.
That's all I wanted.
Just get
That's
this
all I
game
want,
over with.
when nobody
Because
else
now it was that I feel like of the three, and you can argue whether this is right or wrong or okay or unprofessional. That last possession where it was the only one where I feel like they were on a heightened, okay, we're not giving this up.
Yeah.
They scored 17 points on us in an entire game. They scored 14 points on us in the last 90 seconds. We're not doing this. We're not letting this happen. They got the job done. Again, you can overreact to the final 3 minutes all that you want to, but the fact is the 49ers handed it to the Detroit Lions. The Lions made a great the Lions made for compelling television. So I'll say that. Was never overly concerned that the 49ers were going to lose that game. But I knew that the conversation, the tone of the conversation would change because of those final 3 minutes.
Absolutely. And it doesn't look as pretty.
But also the some of the things that we talked about this offseason leading into week 1 were on display.
Mm-hmm.
The secondary, injuries, all of those things we were begging for them to avoid happened. The only thing that would have made this fireball more perfect is if the 49ers had gotten the ball and Jimmy Garoppolo just started throwing interceptions. Oh, imagine the tone of the conversation. Oh, did you see social media after the first play of the game? Oh, my good. Why the hell isn't Trey Lance starting? This is why you can't start Trey Lance. You can't have this guy out there if you can't. You had all of these different. It's like the worst possible start to the season for Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, we're an hour into this show, and I don't think we've spoken on it yet. How'd he do?
Like I knew he would.
Not bad. Not bad against the.
He's gonna play good this year. I keep telling y'all that.
And I guess the phrase in the chat over the last couple of days has been keep that same energy. Well, we'll keep that same energy. The Detroit Lions defense is terrible. Jimmy Garoppolo took advantage of a terrible defense, and that's what he's supposed to do. It's 100% what he's supposed to do.
Facts. He handled his business. Jimmy was slinging that thing.
He played well. Yeah, he played well.
He was. I'm not even gonna say I was surprised because I wasn't. I knew that Jimmy was gonna play the way he did yesterday. I was not surprised by that. But the poise, standing there in the pocket, the touchdown to Deebo Samuels, standing there in the pocket, he took a lick. And I keep saying this, and I'm gonna say it forever. Jimmy tougher than a $2 steak. All this, he gets scared and happy feet in the pocket and all this other stuff. Once again, exposed to people who hadn't watched, because that man stands in there, takes the hits when he needs to, and he did that on the touchdown throw. Jimmy was fine yesterday. Jimmy was fine,
and he had a run game to support. Deebo Samuel was more than fine. 17 of 25 for Jimmy Garoppolo, 314 yards. 189 of those 314 yards went to Deebo. 9 receptions on his 12 targets. George Kittle, not bad. 4 receptions on his 5 targets for 78 yards. Jimmy Garoppolo was solid. Now, he wasn't 1 for 1 with a touchdown pass like Trey Lance was, but Jimmy was great yesterday, and he had a run game to support him. He had Raheem Mostert, start things off really, really well for them. Of course, Raheem Mostert's now done for the next 8 weeks. But Elijah Mitchell has some injury concerns out of Louisiana also. Like he was roughed up a little bit his freshman year. It's not like, okay, he's a rookie in the league, everything's okay. This running back position you get pretty banged up in. Yeah. But he stepped in the role that I absolutely thought was Trey Sermon's and was very much not. He stepped in, and with Raheem Mostert out on IR with Kyle Shanahan basically saying Trey Sermon wasn't good enough to be active yesterday, it's Elijah Mitchell's job now. Like Elijah Mitchell's going to be that guy going into the game against Philadelphia. Now, Trey Sermon's going to be active, which Michael Hasty just by you take one guy off the depth chart, everybody kind of moves up. Trey Sermon's going to be active. If he's not,
should be one of the best 3.
Boy, but if he's not, I'm going to have some questions here from the back of the class. But Jimmy got a lot of support. And again, we could pick apart the Detroit Lions defense and pick apart that football team and talk about how awful they are. We could talk about that for the next 3 hours. They did what they were supposed to do to a team that was bad.
All it is. So what it is. Don't have no hiccup. Don't don't
get
have
the job done.
Yeah, man, get the job done. Treat it like a business trip. And like I said, a couple things frustrated me. Handle the business real quick. I'm gonna tell you what frustrated
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well on either one of those features. And if you want to take part in the conversation, a great way to get involved, as our man Roddy is doing over here in the chat in real time, is to jump in there in the chat house. Again, youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
So once again, let's make no bones about this. The Niners dominated that football game. I talked about late in the third quarter. They were averaging a first down every play. All right. And it's not like, oh, look at them. They can't be stopped by anybody. They're facing an inferior opponent, and they handled them accordingly. Everything on the offensive end was easy work. They really only showcased two guys. Now, they're going to have to figure that out because you can't win a championship only showcasing two guys. And that's really Debo and kind of Kittle. Like, they didn't even really get Kittle going. They looked for him once on the first drive, a couple of times in the start of the second half. That was really about it. They didn't really open up Kittle like that. They want to take it to another level. They're going to have to get more to Trent Sherfield. They're going to have to figure out what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. You know what I mean? They're going to need more guys involved. But, I mean, they did all that basically with three guys, with Debo, Elijah Mitchell, and, well, 2.5 guys. 2.5, half of George Kittle, right? So there's that. But the other thing that frustrated me about yesterday more than anything is, and I ranted about it a little bit on game day. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. This whole sportsmanship thing, I'm ready to throw that out the window. Because what do you think was going on yesterday? And I was actually like kind of screaming for Kyle Shanahan. Pass the ball. Number one, because I thought he was going to get Elijah Mitchell killed.
Oh, I got
you. The last 10 minutes, Kyle was like, yo, let's just fold up the tent. We're going to run three times.
Run. Mm-hmm.
Kick it out. What I was like, well, they've got 11 guys and another guy, a 12th guy, and Dan Campbell coming on the field, tackling Elijah. You're going to get him killed. Like, you got to get them off of him just a little bit, pass the ball.
Going for them kneecaps.
Right. But it just reminded me of something that I heard a long time ago. If the 49ers were up 41-17 with 6 minutes left and threw a 60-yard bomb, I'm not saying everybody. Some people would have a problem with that. Yo, it's no class, Kyle. It's no class. You're already beating the hell out of them. What you doing that for, man? Run the ball, run the clock out, and get out of here. Show some class, Kyle. Running up the score. I said, you're running up the score. That's what the what's your deal game.
I don't think the people who would be saying that would sound like you just sounded.
Running up the score.
That's how they would sound. Thank you for picking that up on cue. We've been together a while now. I tee it up. You hit it out the park. Nice job.
So, I mean, Kyle and the other coaches, they can do whatever they want, but they got to deal with that if they're in a situation like that. Yet, the Lions are going full speed on offense.
Yeah.
The Lions are out here trying to score as fast as they can, onside kick and passing every down, trying to get there, going for it on every fourth down. They keep going. So this is nothing 49ers related. It's a general rule. And now I'm just with it. If the Niners are up 56-10, fourth quarter, 4.5 minutes left, just keep throwing, Kyle. Get another touchdown.
Well, okay. Can I hit the pause button on that? Not necessarily say keep throwing, but maybe keep executing your game plan. Because obviously the game plan shifts to run the ball. You're likely to run the clock out faster. Of course, the defense knows that you've waived, the white flag is the wrong term, but you're folding up shop. You've gotten You've gotten the win. Now you're just going to run the ball to run out the clock. Well, they're prepared for that, which is why you mentioned Elijah Mitchell getting killed. It's why every running back who has to play in the fourth quarter gets killed. It's why the Dallas Cowboys use Marion Barber III to run exclusively in the fourth quarter, because he was bigger and stronger, and most of those guys were tired. He was going to be able to run through them and run the clock down like clockwork. Fourth quarter, hit that Enter Sandman song like they used to do at Arco Arena. It's Marion Barber time. Like, let's go. Just keep executing the game plan. If you have a game plan in the first quarter, have that same game plan in the fourth quarter, because you're likely to still be able to execute it at the same rate, and you won't run into situations where an onside kick bounces your way. Your defense is kind of folded up shop, and all of a sudden that big lead that you had there disappeared.
Pass the ball. I'm glad they did on that third down that was trying to ice the game. Debo Samuel's tumbling the football. But
after he got the first down.
Yeah, he got the first down. He was trying to get and that's a whole other thing. Like people are always so quick to just blame it's this person's fault, this person. Hey man, Trey Flowers made a hell of a play. What do I say all the time, Damian? Regardless of how much you think they stink, they get paid too. Trey Flowers is a veteran. He made a play. People act like.
Well, I love that everyone on the couch has the answer. Everyone on the couch. We always got the answers as to what the football player should have done. He should have done this. He should. I love that we get to sit here for 4 hours and talk about what professional athletes should have done in this situation. But he did have the first down.
And he said
maybe he didn't know he had the first down, but he had it.
He said he knew he had the first down. He said he was about to go down because he knew that was it. And as he was going down, Trey Flowers made a play.
Yeah, it was a great play.
Trey Flowers made a play, man. I tip my hat to him on that. That was a clutch play.
Again, just like the onside kick, how many times do we see defenders now? I feel like 90% of plays, defenders don't even try to tackle anymore. They just throw a left hook and try to hit the ball.
Yeah.
Or they throw an uppercut, or sometimes they just throw a straight overhand right and try to hit the ball out of the guy's hands. That's what Trey did. And man, I think he got it with his helmet too. Like it was perfect.
It was perfect, man.
How many more times does that happen if he did it 9 more times? Like, is that the 1 out of 10 that it happens? Like, it doesn't matter. It happened. Yeah, boy, the Lions might have used all their luck this season in the final 3 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter has used all his luck with me, like, period. I don't know when Adam Schefter became this way.
He's a clown.
Thank you, Jazz. Before the games got going yesterday, he tweets out this article, and this is similar. This felt like his draft day article with Aaron Rodgers, his big all eyes are on me moment, and I'm going to put this out there. And he's talking with Chris Mortensen about it on the ESPN's crappy football show. By the way, can we put a petition out to get Rex Ryan on television? Like he was on, bro. He called multiple players this morning hot garbage. It's like, fam, you're a below 500 coach. You're the poster child of nepotism. Who do you have the right to call hot garbage?
Sit
your big ass down. Like every time I see him, it's like I left it on. True story. I left it on because Ryan Clark was on, and he amuses me. So I wanted to see what Ryan Clark was talking about. L. Duncan was hosting. I was like, I'm here for this.
Yeah.
There's Rex. Like, God bless it. Just forget it. Go silent until Dan Patrick starts. I ain't trying to listen to this nonsense. Just forget it. But Schefter's up there talking about, he writes this article about how the 49ers moved up in the draft because they were fearful that the Patriots were going to move up and take Mac Jones. And I read that tweet over and over and over and over again. And I'm looking at it like this. And then I was like, it's me. I'm the idiot. I'm dumb. I don't get what he's saying. So I go to the replies, and all I see is the Dave Chappelle gif, like, huh? And just scrolling through hundreds of replies of people who don't understand what Schefter's talking about. I was like, this is irresponsible. Let me stop and read the article. Schefter, obviously, shout out to Shefty, a huge fan of D'Lo and KC.
Yeah. Yeah.
All he says in the article is what we talked about the day the freaking trade was made. And it was Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know that Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. They know that Zach Wilson is going number 2. They knew if they wanted essentially their number 1 pick, they had to move up to number 3. Didn't have anything to do with Mac Jones. May not have had anything to do with Trey Lance or Justin Fields or anybody else. They wanted their number 1 pick. I believe when they made the trade, they traded up for Trey Lance. That's just my opinion. That's what I'm a ride with. But all of these so-called insiders for weeks upon weeks upon weeks upon weeks upon weeks upon weeks upon weeks said that it was Mac Jones. Schefter's Schefter's article at the very end says, yeah, so Kyle Shanahan and John, they moved up in the draft just so they could take, whatever quarterback they wanted, including Mac Jones. And I'm looking at it like, bro, that's not what your tweet said. That is not even remotely close to what you put out on social media at all. Like, Schefter, man, when did you become this way? Who hurt you? Who made you like this?
What happened to him with Aaron Rodgers? What did he do? I can't remember.
He tweeted the Aaron Rodgers. He started the Aaron Rodgers story on draft day.
Yeah,
that Aaron Rodgers. He's like, it wasn't breaking news to me. I had the story and I tweeted it. And Dan Patrick was like, so you just had it that day or you were sitting on it? Dan, I was accumulating information. And I just put out my story. That's the story that I put out. Dan, that's all I was doing was putting out my story. And I love Dan Patrick because Patrick is friends with Schefter, but he saw through that BS. He was like, no, you got a little thumbs up from the agent to throw a monkey wrench into this whole draft and make that day about Aaron Rodgers, which is exactly what happened. Our show was fire that day because of Adam Schefter's article.
Yeah, it turned up.
Then Trey Wingo got in on the act. Trey Wingo was with us at 2:00. That day was fire. All because Schefter decided to tweet that out and Aaron Rodgers' agent decided to go to work on draft day. I don't know if that article was Schefter like cover. I don't know what it was, but it was legit. Like you're reading it like, why is this in print? This isn't like there isn't like a shred of news in it. Like it's almost as if they're covering for how silly they were for talking about Mac Jones for weeks upon end.
He's a clown.
Thank you, Jazz. We're going to come back.
I want to have some fun. Niners win. I'm having a good time.
Overreaction Monday. Kenny's going to have some fun. We're going to do all of that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
He's getting
I like Woj more than Schefter. I like Woj more than like Schefter has gone full. I don't even know. He's just. I ain't gonna go that far. But he's ever since he tweeted something. The NBA did something, and I don't remember what it was. But then he tweets, hey, the NFL started this 6 months ago or a year ago. Great job by the NFL for leading the way. And it was a social justice thing. And I read it like, bitch, you really sent this. Like, y'all thought we were really going to fall for that. That's where Schefter grew the black beard for me. And it was
the black beard.
I'm out, bro. Like, you have lost me like that. Now you're just shilling.
Roddy and Ramsey, they gonna be mad at me after this next segment, boy. They gonna be hot, boy. I'm telling you. Look, they gonna tap it. Well, they support, man. I love the support, man. We love the support, so they gonna tap in anyway. But they gonna be tapping in on certain Mondays to hear this segment. Oh man, no, I'm not going. I might talk about. I think I will talk about Holyfield because
I think I saw that whole fight on TikTok.
Finished. You did because I haven't finished the Oscar Valdez fight. I want to finish that. I saw how everything looked in the aftermath. I know that. See, Jesse, what you want me to do, Jesse? What you want me to do? If they wouldn't keep having situations like this, I wouldn't have nothing to say. But what you want me to do, Jesse? I ain't saying nothing about Canelo. I'm going after the camp. They part of the whole team. What you want me to do? I don't know what y'all want me to do, but he's linked to Canelo, whether he likes it or not, because of the Reynoso thing. I'm just saying Oscar Valdez, but right now, how people do things, you can't talk about these guys. You can't talk about Eddie Reynoso really without talking about Canelo and whoever's under Ryan and all these other guys.
The number of Raider fans on my flight to Las Vegas is reconfirming my belief that Los Angeles has 3 NFL teams now. It's about 49 minutes wheels up to wheels down from LA to Vegas. Many fans on my flight plan to fly up Friday night this season and fly back Sunday night.
Wow.
Nah. But thanks. Man, it's cool that the Aces are celebrating the Silver Stars. That's a good look.
I didn't see that. What they have going on?
They're retiring Becky Hammond's jersey. But Becky Hammond was a Silver Star. Yeah. Okay, this is weird to see Mark Davis out there with Becky Hammond.
Did that San Antonio team move to? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like, man, Tisha's jersey never went up. Yo's jersey never went up.
I feel they're I know it was just the championship banner. I thought their numbers had gone up.
Ruthie, I think, was the only one who I think she has one up there.
I need to change that.
Yes, indeed. Appreciate you being with us here on this 49ers Monday. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you could do it. 916-349-1320. You know the phone lines are always available for you. Again, that's 916-349-1320. You can also get us on the live stream, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You could jump in the chat house there and have a conversation not only with us, but with the community that wonderful crew in the chat house has built over the course of the last 7 months or so here since we have gone live on those platforms. You've been talking about having some fun, as you should. The 49ers get the victory yesterday against the Detroit Lions. Unfortunately, we do have some bad news to go with the victory. Raheem Mostert's headed to IR for approximately 8 weeks. Looks like he's going to have surgery to repair some torn knee cartilage. It's nice that they're playing us for him to be back in 8 weeks.
Yeah, I'm about to say I like Raheem Mostert. Obviously, this isn't vitriol or nothing like that.
Yeah,
I'm not counting on him in 2021.
No, you shouldn't. At least not to do anything impactful. Because to ask a dude who, God bless him, just can't seem to stay healthy to be like, oh no, go ahead, we'll fix this and you'll be ready to go in 8 weeks. I wouldn't count on it. And then of course the devastating news that we were all prepared for last night, Jason Verrett. Torn ACL, another injury to that young man's career. He knew it the second it happened. Most of us saw the unfortunate shot on the sideline. Just terrible, terrible news for the San Francisco 49ers in that regard. But they get the victory. They look good offensively. They look pretty good for 57 minutes of the game. And you said you wanted to have some fun today. So my ears are perked up. I like a happy Kenny Caraway.
I want to have a little fun, right? Okay. Because one of the things that I like to do, Damian, everybody out there, is I've said this a number of different times. I think that's why, I enjoy this job. I enjoy callers. I enjoy people in the chatty house. You don't always have to agree with me. I love different point of views. I love, to see how other people see things, even if they don't always agree with me. I want to know different point of views. So one of the things that I do, that's why my ears always to the street, listening to what they're saying in other cities straight from the source. When the Kings, the Giants, doesn't happen with the 49ers because they're NFL's national. But when the Kings and the Giants, when they play on like ESPN, or when I was down in LA and I could hear the other team's broadcast, I would check that out because I'm okay. What's your outlook on this team? How do you see them? I always, want to come back to my people, but when the Kings play on national TV, so to speak, when I had to chuckle at that.
I'm sorry, what?
When they play on national TV.
What is this national TV that you speak of?
I heard about it in the past.
Oh.
Yeah, in the past. I'm not the one to be like, oh, I hate the national broadcast. Oh, give me the local guys. Oh, no, I want to hear the national guys, right? So one of the things that I like to do for the NFL, for the 49ers, I like to hear what the other team has to say and how they call some of these moments. And I want to start a new little segment on Monday.
Okay.
It's called the home team's calls. And the home team does not mean the 49ers, Greg, Papa, Tim, Ryan. I'm good with them, but I hear them all the time. I want to hear what the other people got to say about some of the big plays from Sunday's game. So we're going to go to Detroit and we're going to go to Lions Radio Network. And we're gonna hear how they called some of the big plays of the game. I got that set up. Here we go. You guys just ride with me. Let's go to the D-Twa. All right, let's go to the D, man. Let's go. Let's see what they got to say.
Got to get something here. 3rd down and 8 coming up for the Lions. San Francisco shows a 4-man front. Goff works out of the gun. He's got a man to each side. Goff's got it. Back to pass. Niners rush 4. Goff sets and throws. Picked off by San Francisco. Coming back the other way. Drake Greenlaw inside the 20. 10-5. End zone, pick 6, 39 yards on the return for Greenlaw, and San Francisco's out to a 27-10 lead.
Yeah. I like that.
It's a big play here, Dan, especially if we could get a stop here and get the ball back in a short field or get them,
could get a stop
possibly
here.
get the ball towards midfield.
I don't know what he's talking about.
The big momentum for the Detroit Lions.
San Francisco 1 out of 8 on 3rd down so far. 3rd and 8 here. Shotgun snap to Garoppolo. Hit as he throws deep down the right sideline. Okuda in coverage. It is caught. Debo Samuel gone. Forget about it. 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Okay. All right. Big momentum is my favorite. Well,
that was funny.
Goff's got him on the line and ready.
Oh, this is when they were about to win.
4th and 9 for the Lions from the San Francisco 24. Goff checks his protection. Couple of steps towards the line. San Francisco, 2 deep safeties playing inside the 10.
They're almost there.
Looks, throws, underneath and incomplete. Had pressure coming in his face that time. Nowhere to go with it. He had Nick Bosa bearing down on him. Contavious Street bearing down on him.
All the starters?
Fukum was coming in as well. And the Lions come up empty on that final drive.
That's the home team calls. I enjoyed that.
Boy, the whole sway says you're setting yourself up for major disappointment.
What? I just wanted to hear what the other people got to say. I wanted to hear the other POV.
So, okay. Question, Mr. Caraway in the back.
Yeah. What's good?
Are you going to play the Philadelphia Eagles calls next week if Philadelphia happens to beat the San Francisco 49ers?
Sure.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, sure. I just want to hear what the other people. It's not my fault the Niners won, and that's how we played it. We'll have it every week. We'll have the call from the other team every single week.
I like it. That's fun stuff. I want to point out 2 quick things. I'm still hung up on big momentum. Big momentum. I'm stuck on that. And 2, he never changed his tone of voice. Like at all.
40, 30, 10, 5 touchdown.
He never ever changed his inflection at all. I thought that was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, that was spectacular. I got a question for you. I might take. I don't want to replay it, but do you know the first laugh that was in there? Anybody know the first laugh Can I just play it real quick, see if anybody knows the first laugh?
Got to get something here. 3rd down and 8 coming up for the Lions. San Francisco shows a 4-man front. Goff works out of the gun. He's got a man to each side. Goff's got it. Back to pass. Niners rush 4. Goff sets and throws. Picked off by San Francisco. Coming back the other way. Drake Greenlaw inside the 20. 10-5. End zone. Pick 6.
Like
39 yards on the return for Greenlaw. Yeah. And San Francisco's out to a 27-10 lead.
What is it? I don't know. What is it?
You know those the Incredible Race cartoons, and remember the dog that would always laugh?
I knew it had to be a cartoon.
That's what I did when I was listening to him, boy. I tell you, boy. That was some good stuff, man.
Enjoy it. You got the dub. Enjoy it.
Next week. Yeah, of course. I told you it's something we're going to do every week. Once again, y'all don't listen, man.
Literally everybody knew who it was. Everybody in the chat knew who it was. Everybody knew who it was. I'm glad you happy today, man. I like a happy Kenny Caraway. That's a good stuff.
People talking to me about the last 3 minutes of the game and all this other stuff. Man, we won, man. I ain't hearing all that. We won. It's hard. It's in the NFL. You need wins.
Well, you can't lose games in the NFL and still win. So give
me that 1-0. That's all I'm worried about. Give me that 1-0. Talk about KC got me rooting against the Niners now.
Roddy is in his feelings today, dude.
Boy, he had a miserable Sunday.
Maybe it's because the Raiders are playing tonight. Maybe it's because he doesn't have a football team anymore. Like, I don't know what it is, but Roddy is gone big time heel here today. I hope he's good because he's going hard. Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I was curled up in the corner. That's cap. I was not curled up in the corner shaking. I had my hands on my hips shaking my head. There's a difference.
I believe that's an appropriate response to the final 3 minutes of the game. Though I can visualize both of them as I can visualize Jazz's description right there. Okay, third time's his charm on reading this. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's being placed on injured reserve. He's expected to miss 6 to 8 weeks with that hip injury he suffered yesterday. Adam Schefter says it's Tyler Hinkie time.
Okay.
All right.
Tyler Hinkie, that's the guy that got him to the playoffs last year. Or did he just start the playoff game? Actually, I think he just started.
I think he started the playoff game.
Yeah.
I think he started the playoff game.
That easy Buccaneers win in the playoffs. I remember that.
Did he start the playoff game or did
I think he started it because I think that was a story that this unknown guy was going to start in the playoffs for him.
Okay. Where was Alex Smith?
He had hurt his leg.
Oh, dear God.
He hurt his leg against the 49ers.
Hurt his leg so many times. Right? Oh, that was tough. I love that I'm looking at my phone. Literally everybody knew what that sound was except for me. All I knew is it had to be a cartoon. Everybody knew.
It was like that amazing race that they always had. I don't know who it was. I think it was Hanna-Barbera, but I don't know when necessarily I would see it because it was like a part of a cartoon show. Like it's not these guys, but it was like in between Tom and Jerry, little segments. They would have a little amazing race, and that dog was the little evil genius's dog.
Okay. Let's get into some overreactions. Some people in the chat maybe think you're overreacting a little bit.
Jesse said, "When did these cartoons come out?"
I wasn't a big cartoon guy, man.
Those weren't even new those were old when I was watching them. So I don't know when they came out.
Yeah, I wasn't a big cartoon guy. Like I watched He-Man and wrestling. Yeah, wrestling was my cartoon. That's what I watched. Overreaction Monday, as I was saying, some people in the chat say Kenny is overreacting to one victory from the San Francisco 49ers, but hey, let my partner live. He's enjoying it. Let's get into some other overreactions. KC, how about this one? All 4 NFC West teams are going to make the playoffs.
I got to do my math here, but it might happen. I don't think that's an overreaction. We're looking at let's just say we got the 4 division winners, and then you got 3 wild card teams. The NFC North ain't getting a wild card team.
Yeah.
The Saints. Look, we all know the Falcons.
Dismiss them.
Look, we all know the Falcons ain't no wild card team.
No.
They might be in the number 1 pick sweepstakes. They might be getting that boy out of Oregon.
Hey,
they might be getting DJ. They might be bad for a couple of years.
Goodbye. Yeah, they gone.
So they ain't in there. Carolina, don't be fooled by yesterday. They're not in there. It depends on what you feel about. I know. I mean,
hey, they did a good job. I thought they did a good job of making sure Christian McCaffrey was involved and being the guy who can do all out there offensively. I thought they did a good job with that.
So here's the question, because I'll even give the East to the Cowboys.
Okay.
Are the Saints? I'll just put the question out here because everybody thinks the Niners are a terrible team. I'm the only one. I'm the only one that thinks the Niners are any good. Everybody thinks they stink.
Who's this? Hey. Who's this? Everybody that you're speaking of?
Chat, definitely, they think the Niners stink.
Okay.
I'm just saying they say the Niners. That's all I'm saying. I'm just crowdsourcing.
Okay, close the chat. Close the chat.
Like I said, I like POVs. I like different point of views. Their point of view is the Niners ain't no good.
Boy, they on you today, though. That chat's on you today.
It's okay. It's all good. I love them. I still love the chat.
I don't think the 49ers are terrible, but go ahead, continue. You said you were giving the NFC East to the Dallas Cowboys. What about Philadelphia? Philadelphia with the quarterback they desperately didn't want threw for 3 touchdowns yesterday.
That's what
pretty
I'm saying.
Efficient day for Jalen Hurts.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just
not a bad ground attack either.
So, do you think that you or everybody out there, you think the Eagles and the Saints are better than the Cardinals and the 49ers? I don't think the Eagles and the Saints are that good.
I think, on paper, I mean, we're 1 game in, all 3 teams have victories. Right now, no, no, I do not. I do not think that those 3 teams are better.
I
don't think that those 2 teams are better than the 49ers.
It sounds crazy, but I do think there's a real possibility all 4 teams get in the playoffs.
Absolutely. So do I.
And more so because I don't know how good the rest of the NFC is. Like, I don't know if the NFC has that many good teams.
Okay.
So,
well, how about this? I like what New Orleans did yesterday, though. I know that wasn't the question, but I love what New Orleans did yesterday. Boy, they handed it to the Packers. I was that Rick Ross meme. It's so sad to see this. So sad. So sad to see Aaron Rodgers get his ass whooped yesterday with 133 yards and 2 interceptions. Is the NFC North, or the NFC North is, this is overreaction, no questions here. The NFC North is the worst division in the NFL.
Ooh, they're up there. NFC North stinks. I still think it's the AFC South, though. They really stink.
They all lost. I love that you put Justin Fields in and your offense has a pulse, and then you take him back out. Put Andy Dalton back in. I would have fired Matt Nagy this morning. I would have fired Matt Nagy the second he said Andy Dalton is my starter. I would have tracked down the person who tweeted QB1 with the Andy Dalton picture, fired that person too. I would have hired the Sacramento Kings media department, like, hey, go fix this nonsense. I'm firing Matt Nagy. We're getting a coach in here who wants to know or who would know what he's doing. But you got Detroit, Minnesota. I think they're definitively the worst division in football. And I don't even if
they're not worse than the AFC South. AFC South is nasty. Their best team is garbage, potentially. AFC South has, what was that, 20?
I'm rooting for the
NFC West.
I'm rooting for the NFC North to be worse. How about that? I don't have any problems with Jared Goff or the Detroit Lions. I just think they're a bad football team.
I don't have a problem with that. You going to the next one, or because I want to ask you another question?
I'm going to root against Chicago until they make a freaking quarterback change.
Okay,
I will actively root for Chicago to lose until they change the quarterback.
That's exactly where I'm going. Why y'all want Justin Fields to play so bad? That team ain't going nowhere.
Because I like Justin Fields and I want to see him play football. I don't want to see Andy Dalton play football. I've seen Andy Dalton play football for a decade. I don't need to see it anymore. I'm good.
I'm not saying they're as bad as the Jaguars, and well, maybe Nagy is as bad as Urban Meyer. But
Nagy is terrible.
It would have been Jets, Jaguars like with Justin Fields out there. The Bears aren't good.
The Bears aren't that bad. No,
they're not
I'm
that bad. They're not. No, I said they're not that bad. They're not good.
They'll be better with Justin Fields on the field.
In like 6 or 7 games, and it's not even his fault.
They might not win one right now.
They're not that.
Andy Dalton is terrible. He's terrible. Awful. He is awful. Absolutely awful. He just dropped back and threw the ball 1.5 yards every freaking possession. He threw the ball threw the ball like 30 some odd times yesterday for barely 200 yards.
Hey, that offense was nasty, bro.
Where are my Chicago
Nagy weak, man. I'm not a big Nagy guy. I never have been.
This dude was 27 of 38. You hear what I'm saying? He was 27 of 38 for 206 yards.
I think I saw a stat. I did say I'm gonna bring it up right now because I saw a stat that was just that had me like, wait a minute, how is this even possible? About Andy Dalton's game yesterday. Yesterday against the Rams, Andy Dalton did not complete a pass over 10 air yards. Since the start of 2020, the Rams defense, which is pretty good, has allowed the fewest TDs. But how are you not going to pass the ball over 10 yards? I could do that. I can do that. If you're asking me not to throw the ball downfield, not to put some zip on it, a post or, a deep in route or something like that, 15, 17 yards down the field, if you're just going to give me 6, 7 yard routes, I could do that.
He threw for 115 less yards than Matt Stafford did, who had 7 less completions. But you're going to put your franchise in this fan base through another year. You acquired Khalil Mack.
Ooh.
You put together that defense to march Andy freaking Dalton out there.
So
maybe they're not the worst division. Maybe I'm just rooting for them to be the worst division because I don't like Karen either.
Yeah, no, I don't like Karen either at all. But I'll say this, and Manny saw this and he agreed. I got a Bears fan friend who's like, we need to trade Khalil Mack.
Might as well. You might as well.
But it's not even like oh, Nagy's not doing anything. It's like Mac don't have that much of an impact. Like how I talk about you can sucker somebody into taking Draymond Green right now. He's like, all I'm telling you is this is a Bears fan who watches them every year for the last 20 years. And he's like, Mac is cool, but number one, it's not getting them anywhere. Number two, get some picks. Like sucker somebody into taking what they think.
It ain't a sucker, man. He's
I like Khalil Mack. He's really good.
Yeah, I'm all for getting him out of Chicago.
Manny is in the same. He saw when I said that last night. He was like, I agree. Like if you can get some picks for him, like
get him out of there because you're not going to win with him. You've punted. You made this big acquisition, and you have completely punted on the offensive end. Year after year after year, you have relied on your defense to do something. And then finally, this defense is like, bro, I can't do it anymore. Like, what do y'all want from me? Like, give me a competent offense for once. I can't imagine being a Bears fan, man. Y'all got that hard knock life.
What did Khalil Mack and the Bears defense say?
What more do you want from me?
Every game. Got David Montgomery out there running his ass off.
Hey, shout out to Chris Collinsworth, who Montgomery runs for like 30, 40 yards, and they're like second down in the red zone. He's like, I got to hand it to Andy Dalton. He's done a really good job getting these guys down here. What? What?
Can I just point out Chris Collinsworth had a rough night last night. He was shilling hard for the guys that he likes. Dalton being one. Matt Nagy is the greatest coach since Vince Lombardi. The hell with Bill Belichick. You watched last night's broadcast, boy, it's Matt Nagy, and he launches in. You talk about reciting the garbage that a coach tells you in a pre-show meeting. Did you hear his diatribe about why Justin Fields isn't playing football and how they're protecting Justin Fields and how they're doing what's best for the Chicago Bears and not what's best for Justin Fields? It was the biggest line of BS that everybody watching that broadcast saw through. He was fed that trash by Matt Nagy, and he recited it on television as if that was his own thought. It was garbage, absolutely garbage, and he's out there singing up the praises of Andy Dalton. Like, Collinsworth is as bad as Schefter and jumping in the pockets of some of these guys. And I like Collinsworth as a broadcaster, but he has jumped into the pocket of some of his buddies, and you can hear it in his call last night. And that diatribe, and I should have gone out of my way. I should have watched the replay and grabbed that audio. Was absurd, absolutely absurd.
Matt Nagy, he's forgotten what's the phrase? He's forgotten more football than I'll ever remember. I'm not disputing his knowledge of the game of football, but he's not a head football coach.
Doesn't mean he could be a good coach.
Yeah, maybe he's a good play caller as an offensive guy. As a head coach, he ain't it. He is not it. One other thing. Oh, I wanted to give a shout out to Justin Fields. I don't know if you saw during the telecast, and I wish I would have screenshot or something, but the quote that he had about
people and Andy Dalton.
You know what I'm saying? And saying that's disrespectful. This guy's been in the league. I thought that was dope, man. Shout out to Justin Fields for having that type of insight and taking that type of stand to be like, yo, don't do that to this man.
And get out my house, because I'm booing Andy Dalton. We'll come back and we'll talk. We've got a couple of more overreactions coming your way, plus the best thing we saw this weekend. How about that Hall of Fame ceremony on Saturday night? We'll dive into all of that. Zelo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Wait, what Mo are you referring to, Coach Molly? What's that message mean?
Hopefully nothing too.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. A little more insight for us, Coach Molly.
I'm trying to think. I think she's Mostert. Okay. Well, all right. I don't know. I ain't never heard any. I mean, do we call him Mo? Like, hey, I'm looking Twitter like, what's happening here? Like, I even watched part of the show. What's happening? Oh, hi, Joy Taylor. Oh, Jesus. It's like, why did this pop up on my feed? Oh, Joe Shasky liked it. Like, oh, all right. Hi. Deuce and Mostert. Yes, it's available wherever you get podcasts from. Deuce and Mostert.
Man, Blake. Did you see any of the VMAs yesterday?
I just the clip of old girl doing the Janet Jackson gimmick.
Who? I didn't see any of the VMAs, so
I did not sit down to watch the show at all. No,
that's crazy because you're old enough to remember that was a major Sunday.
Yeah,
VMA Sundays was huge, and now it's just a blip on the radar. I did see Conor McGregor getting into it with Machine Gun Kelly. He got mad because he wanted to take a picture with Machine Gun Kelly. MGK said, "Nah, I'm good."
He's such trash, dude.
MGK said, "Nah, I'm good, fam."
This is crazy. I've never seen this clip before. Someone, Michael Jackson was doing a show, and someone jumped on one of those cranes that carries Michael over the stage, so it's hella high.
Yeah.
And I'm watching this, and Mike is holding on to this dude for dear life so he doesn't fall and die.
Oh my gosh.
Like he's clutching on him so he doesn't fall. Like I've never seen this before. This is wild. Wow.
Hey, shout out to my man Ken. You know what I'm saying? He's 100% correct. Got that championship. Bartholomew Recreational Park Adult Softball League on Friday night, baby. Air horns for us. Stop playing with us, baby. We the champs. Hold on. I got you, Ken. Okay. Come on, man.
Okay.
We did that thing.
Okay.
Wait. I had a rough night at the plate.
Ooh.
Actually, the first game I was like probably 0 for 4. It was nasty. Second game,
Sound like me.
I had I think I was like 3 for 4 with an RBI, but it was a couple of bloop singles and all this other stuff. I'm a home run. I did strike out. I never strike out. I took one looking. That's just, oh, my bad. That's just crazy, bro. Dude put a little spin on that, man. That was bad, man. That first game was bad from the plate. It was nasty.
Roddy had a rough Sunday because I saw some of what was out there, and it was like, oh. I mean, they've always been grown, but that was grown.
Took one look.
Reports coming in here to D'Lo and KC and the ESPN 1320 desks here. You know that all breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports better. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com today. I believe that there's a doctored video circulating social media of Kenny Caraway striking out in slow pitch softball.
Man, it might be there, man. It got me looking on Friday night, man. That first game, because we won a championship game. Shout out more air horns for us. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my people over there. You know what I'm saying? As we pulled in that championship, my man Ken Smith in the chat. But yeah, my first game was rough, man. First game was rough. I hadn't played. There's no excuse, man. I hold myself to a higher standard. A terrible first game. Second game, I went 3 for 4, a couple RBIs, but you know, I was out there like Cody Bellinger. You know what I'm saying? I was just out there for my defense, man.
Solid
You know
shot there. It's good. It's
In
good.
the first game, I was
Actually, you're out there like.
Well, second game, I was more like who would I say? I was more like maybe Steven Duggar, maybe something like that. I was like a Steven Duggar second game.
I probably would have struck out multiple times. I can't hit the ball for a damn.
Well, I didn't strike out swinging.
So I might. Okay, well, don't be so judgmental. Freaking jerk. Who cares?
That might have been worse. It might have been worse, man. I should have took that deep. So what happens was, so look, I swing for the fences, man. I be trying to take it out, right? And what happened was, in the adult softball league, you get 2 home runs and everything after that if you hit it over the fences and out. Well, look, man, I don't have no back control like that where I can hit these Ichiro seeing eye singles. I'll just be loading up to hit bombs. Once I can't hit the bomb no more, it takes away from my swing, man. That's my head. So that's what happened with that one. That was a tough blow, man. But we got that championship. I'm a team player, baby. Like Ken Smith said, that's all that matters is we won. We won that chip, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, man, I'm here for you. Like, I like it. I'm happy. Let's go to a couple of more overreactions then to the best thing we saw this weekend. We'll also dive into what we saw in Springfield, Massachusetts at the Hall of Fame ceremony on Saturday. Overreaction. Urban Meyer will be 1 and done in Jacksonville, and I'm assuming that also means 1 and done in the National Football League.
That's not an overreaction. I think he'll be gone.
That was a whooping. Jacksonville got by the Texans. By the Houston Texans.
Shout out. What's my name? Cully. What's his first name again?
David. I think David Scully.
Scully.
It might be Cully. It's David. Maybe it's David Cully.
Yeah, but shout out to him. Shout out to Lovie Smith. You know what I mean? Shout out to Tyrod Taylor. All them boys out there doing work in Houston, getting that win.
They did it. They did it. Mark Ingram. I don't know how many more of these the Texans have in them, but they already got one more win than I expected them to have. Jacksonville, they're right on pace with what I expected.
Yeah.
Rough start.
And done, man. One and done for Urban, man. Get him out of here. Get him out.
I don't remember if you or Jesse. Someone said Urban Meyer is going to fake his death by the end of the year so he can. Because that's about the only, he's had heart attacks. I think he's had anxiety problems. He's wanted to spend time with the family. Now he just needs to go full Dexter and fake his death. Oh man, it's Urban. Gosh, it's good to wind up in an ICU bed. Well, that's not true. You probably can't find an ICU bed in Florida, but yeah, he's gonna fake. He's gonna fake his way out of coaching this job when they're 0-8 too. He might not even make it through the season.
I just need to spend more time with my family. My kids, I need to be there for my kids, be them, watch them go through school. But Urban, they're out of school. They have their own families.
They're 28 years old, Urban. You're on the verge of great grandkids and some of you stop it. Knock this off. Enough. 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for Trevor Lawrence in his debut as an NFL quarterback. I tried to watch a condensed version of every game. I'll be honest, I skipped this one. Yeah, I didn't. And in the NFL, they do a great job. You can normally watch a game in about 40 minutes, sometimes 30. I didn't want to give 30 minutes of my life to the Texans and the Jaguars, so there's not much insight I can offer on that one. I can just give you the stats, and I followed it on the Red Zone channel and was like, "Wow."
Let me speak for everybody when I say this, Damian. And no, this is no knock on you. We're not yearning for any knowledge of that game.
Well, I'm a professional, and I just try to stay on top of things. I did watch this one, though, and I damn near watched it twice because I was so excited. How about this one? Overreaction. The Packers will miss the playoffs.
Ooh. I'm going to say that is an overreaction, unfortunately. Because we just talked about NFC North is the worst division of football, or one of them.
Aaron Rodgers tanking on purpose. I guess tanking is losing on purpose. Aaron Rodgers tanking. My column tomorrow, 8 a.m., ESPN1320.net. Because I think we're .net, which is gross, which is why I never say the website. I don't know how we couldn't spring for .com, but who the hell owns it?
I got an overreaction to the overreaction. Since everybody thinks this was such a great moment, such a monumental moment, and they really had a chance to do something. The Lions looked the best in the NFC North yesterday.
It might not be an overreaction.
Well, like I said, since people want to say that was a real comeback, I told you they got smacked around.
They did, but the Packers didn't have a comeback. They didn't even string together any points. There was a Jordan Love sighting in the fourth quarter, which quite honestly is probably the best case scenario for the Green Bay Packers, is they get to put Jordan Love in a game with real NFL players.
And he fumbles the ball.
He did. Wow. So they got to be feeling great about the position that they're in right now.
I would say the Vikings looked the best yesterday.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Ironically enough, and this is why I just want to see some things, man. I just want to see some things.
Okay.
I think they're a really good team. I think the Rams are a really good team.
Okay.
Stafford, home run capabilities, that defense, pretty solid. Wasn't that a one-score game late in the third quarter? And we talked about how bad the Bears are. Bears ain't no good.
Yeah, I think it was a one-score game right after Justin Fields got in there. Could be wrong. But
I don't know, man.
That was about when Justin Fields got on the field and ran a touchdown. That was the only time.
Now it seems like the Rams stepped on the gas, got a quick touchdown, and put it back away. So they get credit for that. But I'm just saying, man, that game, for my liking, if I was a Rams fan, the game was too close for too long.
Yeah, overreaction.
It was too close for too long.
It's an overreaction.
They handle business. They got it taken care of at the end of the day and separated the way they were supposed to. But I want to see that from the start if I'm a Rams fan. That game should have been like 21-3. That's how I would have felt if I was a Rams fan. Because the Bears couldn't do nothing with them boys.
So is it an overreaction to say the Rams are the best team in football?
I wouldn't call that an overreaction. Well, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow where I have the Rams.
Oh, do the KC Power Rankings return tomorrow right around 1 o'clock. They're not. That is an overreaction. The best team in football is still the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, or it might be the Kansas City Chiefs. We haven't talked about that. That was a fight yesterday. That was a fun game to watch. The Chiefs and the Cleveland Browns. At least it was a fun game to watch for those who didn't have any rooting interest in it. I enjoyed that one. But it's going to be a tough power rankings tomorrow, at least for me, with the Rams, Chiefs, and Bucks all having opportunities to take that number one slot. So we'll have those power rankings coming for you tomorrow.
I heard something. I want to get your opinion on this real quick. I heard something where somebody said Baker Mayfield is this is the height of Baker Mayfield. Like, this is the best he'll ever be. He's not going to take it to another level. He's not going to take it to another stratosphere. So knowing that this is the best, or believing that this is the best he's ever going to be, is that good enough? Is that good enough to give him the bag? I think so. Because if you're the Browns, because what else are you going to do? That's
the question right there.
But
what's the alternative?
Baker might go into Kansas City and win a game. Probably won't.
Baker played pretty damn good yesterday. They
didn't do nothing in the second half.
He made it air. They lost 29. Like the Chiefs, they just ran that comeback on them. I mean, I feel like the same way about Kansas City. I feel the same way about Kansas City as I do Tom Brady, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If it's a one-score game, sorry to the Cowboys, sorry to the Browns. I'm going to bet on Tom Brady. I'm going to bet on Tom Brady, and I'm going to bet on Patrick Mahomes every time. It doesn't matter. They could be playing the 49ers. They could be playing the Rams. They could be playing the AFC Pro Bowlers. I would bet on that quarterback every time.
Gregory Kaiser, he brings up a great point, though, because he's 100% right. That boy killing the commercial game, though. Baker Mayfield is progressive commercials. I love him. Yeah. I love him. I'm not going to front it. He does a great job.
He had a pretty damn good football game yesterday, too, by the way. He was 21 of 28 with 321 yards. That, terrible interception there at the end. But they use Nick Chubb, which is the smart thing for Stefanski to do, because he's freaking Nick Chubb. They got Kareem Hunt involved. I would like to see them guys both have a little bit more, a few more carries for each of them. But I feel like Baker was rolling. They thought the passing game was working. They stuck with it. There are times that Kansas City's defense has been in question. There are times that people said Kansas City's defense, they need weeks to warm up. Take advantage of it then. You got them in week one. If you could catch them on their heels a little bit, do it. They just couldn't put that final nail in the coffin.
Baker's good. Baker's really good. And the question that was brought up, number one, I didn't bring it up. But number two, it's not that he's not good. It's like, this is the best that you're getting.
Okay. How about this?
I'm gonna put it to you like this. Baker not going into Kansas City in a playoff situation and winning.
I disagree. I think he has the capability of winning that game that he lost last night. If we see this game again, I think we could see a different outcome. How about this then? Since we're trashing Baker Mayfield, let's do this.
Well, we're not trashing.
Kind of. Let's go to this. Have we already seen the best of Josh Allen?
We might have.
Did we see the best of Josh Allen last year?
We might have.
All right. As long as everybody's energy the same, because the preseason MVP selection, he looked like Nikola Jokic the day Rashawn Holmes worked him, 2 seasons ago. When all them people was begging for Nikola Jokic, this is his year. He's going to be the MVP. Rashawn Holmes ran his ass off the floor multiple times. That's what Josh Allen looked like yesterday. And I'm not saying that with any glee, because I like Buffalo and I don't like Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen, what did Josh Allen do the ball 51 times yesterday? Man, there were a lot of the amount of quarterbacks that threw 50-plus games. I wonder what the record for that is. That's got to be, if it's a record, and it may very well not be, because I have some like in the weeds notes here. I've got to be able to dig that one up and find it somewhere. How about this? The NFC West, and we're going to talk a lot about the NFC West. The NFC West, they went 4-0, combining for a 141-76 scoring margin.
Damn. Should have been like to 50. That the Niners would have finished the game the way they were supposed to.
Yeah, I think Chris
Biederman beat everybody else by 100.
I think Chris Biederman tweeted, I think the 49ers are going to hang 50 on them, and they didn't score again. So it was Chris Biederman's fault. Let's blame D'Lo and Casey contributor Chris Biederman for putting a halt. Put a halt on the 49ers scoring. That's where we should go. We'll get to the best thing we saw this weekend and all of that good stuff as we roll along. We'll get to the Hall of Fame ceremony with Rick Adelman and Chris Webber as well. But let's build off that a little bit. NFC West 4-0, 141-76 was the scoring margin, and all four quarterbacks. We focused on the other three earlier. Jimmy Garoppolo had a pretty damn good day himself. But Russell Wilson became the first player to throw 4 passing touchdowns in a team's season opener in consecutive seasons. No other quarterback in NFL history has done that. And oh, by the way, Kyler Murray was the first Cardinals player with 4 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown in a game since 1962. And then there's, of course, what the Rams did. The Rams and Matt Stafford, who got the game ball from Sean McVay yesterday, they were airing it out all over the place as the third quarter turned into the fourth quarter. And all of these teams. And then, of course, you've got the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo, who played really, really well. Trey Lance did. By the way, much ado about nothing with the 2-quarterback system.
Yeah, that's another thing I didn't like.
I didn't like it either.
I thought Kyle fumbled that. That was trash.
Is there any chance that because the game got for a while, game got a little out of hand, he didn't feel the need to do any more with Trey Lance?
No, I was hoping they were always like a possession away. I was hoping Trey Lance would be in there for the whole fourth quarter by himself.
Sure,
because that's the perfect opportunity.
One more score,
yeah, or one more stop, either one.
Sure.
But that was a perfect opportunity to get him some looks, get him some reps, things of that nature. But the 2-quarterback thing, the way Kyle did it yesterday after that second drive, was trash. Like, if you're going to do it, let Trey Young be a quarterback. And that doesn't mean always throw. That doesn't mean always run. Like, let him run pass option or do some other stuff. If you see on the touchdown, if you pull that play up, when I think he does a play action handoff, or maybe that was an RPO too. Looked like it was just a play action. All the linebackers and safeties come up to the goal line, come up to the line of scrimmage, and that allows Sherfield to be open one-on-one. Deebo Samuels was actually open in the back of the end zone as well. But everybody's playing the run when Lance is in there. So use that to your benefit. Keep them off balance. If you're not going to have him in there as just a true quarterback, don't even waste your time, especially when Jimmy is playing as well as he was yesterday.
I agree with that completely. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're available for you anywhere in the world on the Odyssey app, no matter whatever your phone is. You could get us across multiple platforms. Just search Odyssey, download the app, search ESPN 1320, hit the heart button, save us as your favorite radio station. You can watch us and interact with the show as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. And of course, we're available on your radio 1320 AM. My biggest fear heading into the year with this 2-quarterback system, or this alleged 2-quarterback system, was that somehow I didn't want Trey Lance to become some sort of gimmick. That's what I was concerned about. Here is what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday regarding his approach to using Trey Lance.
We'll always have some stuff in for Trey. I mean, it's the first time, when your number 2 quarterback has a skill set that the number 1 doesn't do. And, in terms of being a threat to run. So when you have that, there's always an option of different plays that you can run. So we'll have that up at all times. While Trey's here, while he's the number 2, that'll always be an option. But when the one ever gets hurt, then you got to open everything up.
So Kyle, there, KC, speaking about the number 2 quarterback. Well, how about the number 1?
I thought that Jimmy played well. I thought he was pretty on. Did a really good job. Even that last play, we were trying to get a quick throw to Kittle in the flat, and said if he's not there, a sack's better than incompletion. He did an awesome job scrambling and then finding Debo, which I thought was going to ice it, but obviously did a good job stripping the ball. But I thought Jimmy played well. 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan right there.
Jimmy played really well.
He did.
Jimmy was balling, man. He was doing his thing. And I gotta say, Jimmy looked like a guy that I said he was going to look like for this Sunday, and what I think he's going to look like for the majority of the season. Is he going to play 17 games like that? No. If he stays healthy, obviously. But no, he's going to have a bad game here and there. He's going to be inaccurate from time to time. He's going to throw his little picks and things of that nature. But for the most part, I think you're going to see 2019 Jimmy Garoppolo this year. I think he's going to play really well this year, and he's going to play well enough where the 49ers will be a team that can contend for an NFC championship.
Well, he's certainly off. He's certainly off to a really good start. And, as Gorilla Monsoon used to say, don't break your arm patting yourself on the back. But we're talking about this 4-0 NFC West team, which we screamed that the NFC West is going to be the best division in football. Mm-hmm. We also talked about how the AFC West could be one of the best divisions in football as well. Mm-hmm. Raiders beat the Ravens tonight. All 4 teams are 1-0, just like the NFC West. Mm-hmm. So that's something to keep an eye on. We'll talk more about the Raiders and the Ravens as the day rolls along here. But really, really impressive performances from every team in the NFC West yesterday. One thing we haven't talked about, and there's a lot of chatter about it on social media, is Brandon Ayuk. Your man's Brandon Ayuk. There's rumors. I was listening to Candlestick Chronicles this morning with Chris Biederman and Kyle Madsen. There's rumors that perhaps Brandon Ayuk is in the Kyle Shanahan doghouse, the old proverbial doghouse. Like, I guess Kyle Shanahan literally keeps a doghouse with him and puts players in it. And we've all seen it happen on several occasions over the course of the last couple of seasons. But Brandon Ayuk with his limited play yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan said, hey, wait a minute. Lee Corso, not so fast. Hamstring issues. There's a couple of things that kept Brandon Ayuk from being actively involved in yesterday's game. But it did leave a lot of 49er fans scratching their heads like, hey, where's our second-year wide receiver here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take Kyle for his word on this one, because people were like, he's in the doghouse, he didn't play. Seemed like there was a pitch count for his number of snaps that he was going to get, and once he got there,
so really low pitch count.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if he's hurt, you're not going to just run him out there. So I don't know. It could be something more than that. It could be something drastic. He could be not where Kyle wants him right now, but he says it was more so due to the hamstring. Till further notice, we'll go with that.
Okay. Let's ride it out. We'll see.
I want to see, and I want to see Brandon Ayuk get more opportunities and do some stuff. I want to see Trent Sherfield be more involved. Trent Sherfield just continues to make plays. He just continues to make plays. And I'm not saying he's going to be a number 1 receiver or whatever the case may be, but I want to see him be a little bit more of a focal point and see if you can. He seems to always just get open. And, yeah, I want to see more Trent Sherfield.
We didn't see Debo coming out of the backfield yesterday. Was this? I don't know. I know that's not something you do every single game, but the way Elijah Mitchell was running, the way that the 49ers were running overall, I was like, oh, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. It never happened.
Nah. They have the little the jet sweep that's really a pass. They had that play before the half, but one of the Kenny's keys, and we'll get to how those went later in the show, but one of the Kenny's keys was 100 yards total offense for Debo Samuels, because I thought the same thing as you. I thought they were going to use him in the passing game, and they were going to have some running opportunities for him, and they didn't. But luckily, he made up for all of that in the passing game.
He did. He absolutely did. Is he the guy? Does he have the ability to be a big play receiver?
Oh yeah,
or a bit like you. I know you've said you've wanted a big target in the past, and when you say big target, you mean in stature, not necessarily in production. But could he be the guy that you want as a 49er fan? Could he be the guy who, Jason Witten used to be the old safety blanket for Tony Romo. They used to refer to him as a safety blanket. Could Debo be the go-to guy for Jimmy or Trey Lance?
I still think that's George Kittle.
Okay.
I think George Kittle is the safety blanket, the go-to guy. But I always looked at Debo, and I could be wrong. I always looked at him as like a complimentary wide receiver, a really, really maybe an overqualified number 2 receiver. But
he was very complimentary last night. Yesterday.
Bro, tell me about it. That guy was cooking.
George Kittle had a great game, by the way. I don't want to diminish that. Like, George Kittle had a huge game. He had 4 receptions, 78 yards also.
He did. And I felt, like I said earlier, I think they just didn't even really look George's way too much. And he still had 4 for 87. So they beat the Lions with 3 players yesterday. They beat it with Elijah Mitchell, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle. And that's good enough to beat the Lions. But I
give Jimmy some credit there too.
Well, yeah, he was the one feeding the bacon to everybody.
Okay.
But the playmakers, the skill guys, I thought it was those 3. And they're going to have to find a way to incorporate, whether it's Ayuk, Sherfield, Trey Sermon, now that Raheem Mostert is going to be out. They're going to have to find a way to get those other guys involved. But the weapons that they have on the offensive end, that's no joke. That is no joke. And when Kyle gets locked in, I'll keep saying it, it's just Detroit, nothing to go crazy about, but they averaged 10.6 yards per game, per play, late in the third quarter of that game. So when they're cooking, they really be cooking.
We'll get back to the San Francisco 49ers. We've got the Raiders and the Ravens closing out week number 1 tonight on Monday Night Football. We'll talk about that as well.
You said Raiders?
Raiders.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
We'll talk about the Raiders and the Ravens as they close out the week. We'll get into the Hall of Fame, the Giants, college football. Lots more ahead here on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yes, sir. 13th round time. And I know the big one that everybody wants to talk about is Oscar Valdez. I saw everything that went down. I saw all the wretchedness that the WBC had to offer. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow because I want to do my homework. I didn't watch the fight. I'm about 5 or 6 rounds in right now. I want to watch the whole thing. See, I want to do my due diligence before I come on here and start talking about this robbery that allegedly happened with Oscar Valdez. So we'll talk about him tomorrow. What I want to talk about today is Evander Holyfield. TKO stoppage in the first round of his fight on Saturday night. The state of Florida, the Florida Commission, because I think this one was in Florida, they should be embarrassed. I mean, that was absolutely atrocious to have a guy like Evander Holyfield at his age going out there and being in a sanctioned boxing fight. And look, man, these guys, they got to make some money. They're trying to get paid, whatever the case may be, live off their name, off their likeness, off of what they used to be. Maybe they're on hard times or whatever the case may be. But it's got to stop, man. It's got to stop. There's no need for Evander Holyfield to be in the ring. And to be honest with you, there's no need for him, Mike Tyson, Oscar De La Hoya to be in the ring with somebody that is 10, 15 years younger than them. Like, I'm almost to the point where if they want to do it, Tyson versus Holyfield, Tyson versus Roy Jones or whatever, a guy that can't really hurt you in that respect, I'm not that interested in it. But if you want to do it, cool. But what are you doing fighting a guy that's 30, 40 years old? Like, he can really do some damage to you. So that's ridiculous. There was another, I didn't see this card, so I don't have the timeline for you. But Anderson Silva knocked out Tito Ortiz. What's going on? I feel like this is a wave right now that I'm not here to be like just, oh, stop, it's disgracing the sport. And I'm not saying all that, but I don't want to see these old, non-skilled guys fighting. And I'm sure as hell not going to pay for it. You want to put it on Triller. If it came on TNT, yeah, I'll look at it. But you want me to pay for this trash? Not my job. Can't do it. It's the 13th round. He did stop Chavez. Silva will get his ass beat if he box somebody right now. It is what it is. You like it or love it. Feel good to put 50 grand and think nothing of it. Did you get caught up on Raising Canaan?
No, I didn't get to watch it yesterday.
Yeah.
I just finished. I watched Clickbait.
What was that?
Netflix. It's a short little series on Netflix. Like 8 episodes. It's good. There's a little buzz about it on social media. It's like, all right. I was looking for something to watch, so I watched that. It's good. Yeah, I thought it was good. We'll dive back into 49ers football as the day continues here. If you want to be a part of the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Those are great ways to do it. Of course, listening on the radio, you can always call 916-349-1320 or get at us on social media at DLoWinKC or at ESPN1320. That's good for both Twitter and Instagram. Your Giants have won 7 in a row.
Yes, sir.
But they couldn't extend their lead on the Dodgers at all. Still up 2.5 games, and that's all right. That's all right. But
Padres are useless. And watch these bums come into San Francisco and actually put up a fight this week. It's just terrible. It's terrible. I was really looking at the schedule, and I was like, yo, I think we're going to take care of the Cubs.
Yeah.
I need the Padres to get 1 because I see what's on the horizon this week for the Dodgers, and they got 3 against Arizona. Put that in the win column right now for the Dodgers, all 3 of them. So I was like, yo, maybe we can get a game or something. No, the Padres were useless.
Talking about a game. A game. Well, speaking of a game, USC fired Clay Helton today, just now. I don't mean to laugh, but damn, that was really one of those moments where you're kind of like, when is this going to happen? Oh, there it is. Clay Helton's gone. He's out of USC. And USC's probably thinking, man, we are 10 times more attractive than we've been in years because we've got legal money to offer. Not only do we got illegal money, we've got legal money to
we're not
offer.
On probation no more. We got full scholarships.
We got everything working for us right now. Let's get this bum out of here and let's see what we can put together. Good weekend for Pac-12 football.
Yes, it was. Pac-12 football is back. Can I say that?
They may very well be.
Although maybe we should just bring it just to like the west coast because Utah lost to BYU on Saturday night.
That's all right. They got the win that they needed to. Oregon.
I got to ask you a question, Damian. Okay. Are we ever going to accept Utah and Colorado as being part of the Pac-12? Are we ever going to be like mentally be like, oh yeah, that's for sure. Pac-12 for life. Utah, Colorado. It's like,
yeah, I don't think that sentence is ever going to be uttered. But yeah, I mean,
I don't seem like they fit.
They don't. But I mean, you could look across multiple conferences and go, yeah, that don't look right. That don't look good. But I guess they're
Oklahoma, there. SEC.
That ain't it either. But Oregon beating Ohio State, putting it on them, man. A great win for that program. Who they've been under the weather, so to speak, for the last few years. But this was a huge win for that program. A huge win for the Pac-12. And as much as I like Ohio State, I'm here for this. This is good. This is good. Like, I think Ohio State can, every game becomes more meaningful for them. The game against Michigan becomes even more meaningful. The getting to the Big Ten championship for Ohio State becomes more meaningful. So when you have teams near the top that lose like this, it creates extra meaning to every single game that they play. So I like this, and I like the fact that it has catapulted Oregon way up into the AP top 25, and I like the fact that it is now given some more credibility, so to speak, to the Pac-12. And now these Pac-12 games, because of what Oregon did, these Pac-12 games become more meaningful. I'm all for it.
Yes, absolutely, man. This was a big win for West Coast football. This was a big win for the Pac-12 in a situation that I didn't think they could get it done. Going into Columbus and handling it that way, that Ohio State defense just decided not to show up. I don't know what that was all about, but that was a huge win. Did you see who was in the horseshoe on Saturday? Way in the second deck?
I didn't.
One of the greatest rappers of all time. One half of what I say is the greatest rap duo of all time. Big Boy was in the house.
Oh,
It's someplace from Oregon.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he was on video on his Instagram or something like that. In the horseshoe, Big Boy in the house.
It's good stuff.
With the common folk too. He was
it.
He was up there.
I like it. That's good stuff. I'm sorry, I just keep looking at my phone. I'm waiting for the push notification that comes in that says Urban Meyer has quit the Jacksonville Jaguars and will take over as USC head coach. I'm just
right now
waiting for it to happen.
Right now, because I'm a West Coast guy. I want to see the Pac-12 come up. I enjoyed my time in LA. I don't hate USC. I really don't. If Urban Meyer goes to USC, oh yeah, it's on. I hate USC. I want nothing to do with them.
Let's see, what are they doing? Dante Williams now interim coach. So Dante Williams will get through this season, and then that'll give Urban Meyer time to come up with a mysterious illness, and then a miraculous recovery that will land him a very handsome payday at the University of Southern California.
How about this? How about this? And look, I think he probably speaks in about 40 minutes. He's going to have to address this. Pete Carroll go home?
Nah. For what? He been there, done that.
Well, when Russ leaves at the end of the season, and the band is done in Seattle.
Before it's too early? Sure.
We're getting out of here, man.
I like that.
I mean, he's done it once before. Some say that's how he got to Seattle.
That's true. That's true. He did do that. Well, hell, the NFL won't hire him. Maybe Eric Bieniemy can get the job. Will someone hire Eric Bieniemy to be a coach? What about Luke Walton? Send Luke Walton down to USC and see.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard doing the recruiting during the playoff run that he's gonna have this year.
Oh, very nice. Good job there. That was solid. Let's shift to basketball here for a few minutes. I do want to get to the Kings, more Kings of the past necessarily than Kings of the future. How about Paul Pierce and Ray Allen? I'm gonna tell you something, bro. I ain't buying it. I ain't buying this, and I'm gonna tell you why. You know what this reeked of? Like Jesse sent the screenshot or the video of Paul Pierce and Ray Allen being together. I think it was on Paul Pierce's IG story, and it was like, yeah, this is still my brother. It was like, all right, kind of had a passing mention about Ray Allen and the daughters and the sons and the kids and all of that stuff in his Hall of Fame speech. And you know what this reeked of to me? You remember when they announced Chris Webber for the Hall of Fame, and he went on ESPN, and Jalen Rose it's probably NBA Countdown or something, and Jalen Rose was the host, and he was talking to Chris. And you go to Twitter and you see, oh, it's so great to see these brothers bury the hatchet. Oh, this is the moment that NBA fans needed. This is what we're here for. And then I watched it in its entirety. And I was like,
it's not what I got.
Yo, I didn't. Is there like a director's cut of this version or a director's cut of this conversation? Because I did not see what y'all saw. I saw Jalen trying to have a moment with Chris, and I saw Chris being a professional.
Yeah,
that's what I saw.
Yeah,
like I didn't see anything more than that. But this frame of, oh, this is the beautiful moment that we needed. That's what I got from Paul Pierce and Ray Allen. Paul Pierce was showing off for social media on his big day, and it was like, yeah, I ain't buying this. They talk. Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett probably trash talk Ray Allen on the stage of the Hall of Fame. I ain't buying it for a second.
Yeah, I'm not.
Sorry, Jesse. I ain't buying it.
The other thing with Paul Pierce's induction ceremony, I was on my timeline, I think on Friday afternoon, maybe it was Thursday. But I came across this tweet, and it was a tweet with a link, and it says, Paul Pierce, the Boston Celtics legend and Hall of Famer, was better than you think. Where did I see this? From Paul Pierce tweeting it out himself. I said, fam, did you really tweet this out yourself?
Paul Pierce, man, dude is just different, man. He's just different. And I honestly thought, like, man, he about to cut up in this speech. He didn't. It was his speech was actually kind of dull. But yeah, he's a unique dude, man. He's a different dude. He was a great player. Undeniable. I mean, he is a great player. Undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't buying the big reunited and it feels so good moment. I didn't buy it with Chris and Jalen, and I'm not buying it with Paul Pierce and Ray Allen.
Wow.
Speaking of Chris, boy, Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith had the city in tears on Saturday night as a big portion of that Hall of Fame ceremony felt like a love letter to and for the city of Sacramento. Chris's words about the city, I know, got a ton of run on social media. Rick Adelman, God, you talk about the tone that he had when he joined us here on ESPN 1320. He had that same tone at the podium. He just seemed so happy to be there. And I think it was so telling how many guys came to see him. Like how many guys were, I mean, Doug was there. Bobby was there. Vlade was there. Of course, Vlade was on stage with him, Hall of Famer in himself. Peja was there. Jay Will was there. Tisha was there. Obviously, she was there, for Yo as well. But man, it was amazing to see all of those different people associated with this city out to see Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith going to the Hall of Fame.
Nah, it was Sacramento on stage in a positive way for the first time.
First time, long time, as some people say. First time in a long time.
And it was good to see, man. And it was good to see all three of them. How do I put it? But just show a certain level of love and reverence for the city of Sacramento the way they did.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't lost on them what it meant to play in Sacramento and what it meant to their Hall of Fame career, what ended up being a Hall of Fame career. And I say it all the time, broken record, man. This doesn't have the allure that you look and you got to get here. But the people that get here, however they get here, they love it here.
Mm-hmm.
They love it. They love playing here. They love living here.
They love the fan base.
Yeah.
They love how passionate this fan base is, because we could have our conversations here on the radio. You can have your conversations on social media, the conversations in the chat house. Fact is, when everybody walks into that arena and the Kings are playing, the energy is different every time, whether it's different energy or it's just altogether different people.
Yeah.
If you went strictly by sports talk radio and Twitter, You think Buddy Hield's the most hated human being in the world. But you show up at the Golden One Center, Buddy Hield's name is announced. Oh, man, people's hyped.
Yeah.
Like all of these people, boo Marvin Bagley next year. Marvin Bagley's not getting booed next year. Like, this ain't Philly. This ain't that space. Like, he's going to get booed. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole arena let him hear it. That's not like, where do you live? Like, what game have you ever been to? That doesn't happen. Like, dudes worked here for decades and tried to pull that same stunt with DeMarcus Cousins. Did it work? Not once. This fan base is those Sacramento Kings fans that show up at the Golden One Center, man, they go there to cheer on their team. Now, if they stink, they'll hear it. Mm-hmm. But that funky stench gets washed off that night. There's no residual booing the following day or the following game or the following whatever. Like, the fans come in with the intent of cheering on their team every single time they walk into that arena.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And
that's what Yo remembers.
Yeah,
that's what Chris remembers.
It's a special place, regardless of what's going on. Like, somebody, when it's rocking, when it's rocking, it's even more special. It's special. But even if it's not like popping off, it's still a great place. Still a great place. I want to ask you something that Tim Morris says here in the chat. He says, as a diehard Kings fan, I get burnt out on all the past Kings stuff. I'm aware I'm different than most. I can understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Dude, I get it.
I don't win in the Hall of Fame on Saturday. Like, of course they're past Kings. We're not bringing up like the loveliness of the Sacramento Kings of the past, like, because we just pulled it out our butt.
But
they went into the Hall of Fame. That's the discussion.
I'm a stall Tim out. I'm gonna assume here. I think he understands why we're bringing it up, but I think his point is to a bigger issue that he has. Like, it could be next Tuesday, and we'll have a segment on how great it was. Like, I get it. I'm different. I don't get tired of it.
Some might actually.
But I'm gonna be fair. We have that. I mean, when we were gone and looking for things to talk about, we went down memory lane a couple times. I get it. I understand. I don't do it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I get moving on from the past. I don't think today is the day to do it.
No. And I'm gonna say that's not what Tim meant.
Yeah,
today is the day
I'm with it. Like, I don't think every player on that team needs to have a job with the current. I'm not of that belief. Now, Doug, I'm thrilled does, and I'm thrilled that he has one in his current position. Yeah. Bobby, great. I'm just, there was a point where, Vlade was doing something, Peja was doing something, Bobby was doing something, Doug was doing something. It was like, okay, what you want to do? Bring Mike back as the strength coach? Like, why are we doing this? Are they the most qualified for the gig? Doug qualified for his gig, no question. Like, we believe that what we have set up here, or are we just hiring guys from the past to make everybody feel good when we do, big events at the arena? Like, look, like the Kings that you loved here, because we know you don't love anything else. We know Marcus Thornton isn't going to do it. We know that Quincy Doobie isn't going to do it. We know Coutinho Mobley. I love these guys. We know they're not going to have the same allure as the team that made you feel good. So we're going to keep bringing these guys into these positions. Now that, I don't know that there's another moment like this out there for Sacramento right now. It's Rick, it's Chris, it's you. I do believe there'll be a time where Tisha goes in, but Tisha's going to go in by herself. There's not going to be a full representation of Sacramento there. Like, what we saw this weekend was really special. There's no other conversation to have anymore. Like, it's done. Like, as far as Chris goes, I'm anxious to see the NBA 75 list. I want to see if he makes it. But there's nothing left to be discussed.
The next thing would be some type of retirement. It's not a jersey, but I don't know, something for Rick Adelman. And they need to get Yo and Tisha in the Golden One Raptors. What I think they need to do is see, All right. I'm not even going to go there. I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to say they need to have a ring of honor or a wall of honor. Not every single situation needs to have a number in the rafters. Tisha and Yo, yes, they need numbers in the rafters. But you can honor somebody. Like if you wanted to have Rick Adelman honored, there's not really much to put in the rafters. But you can have
his name up there.
Yeah,
I think they just put Jerry. What's Jerry's like? Jerry, I think maybe he had the GM thing for the Monarchs.
Yeah.
They just
that.
put Jerry's name up there.
But
That's good enough. It's Jerry.
Wrap a ring around the arena, like they do in these places, and put it, right above the suite level or below or whatever, and have a ring of honor. I think that's what they could be doing. Get Jason on there. Get Mike on there.
Well, John Bull's saying Vlade and Pager should get moved to the Ring of Honor and out of retirement. Now, I disagree.
Well,
I disagree with Vlade. He's a Hall of Famer.
With Vlade.
What? You could
16, boy.
You could
I don't know if
convince
that's
me.
gonna be gone forever.
Yeah, you could convince me to move that one to the Ring of Honor. Yeah. Oh, I like this. The Rick Adelman Beer Garden. Now, the problem with that, Ron Cruz, is you can't get any money off that. Let's not pretend the name of the game isn't money, but I do like the idea of the Rick Adelman Beer Garden. That's good stuff there. I think he would appreciate that.
But that's really about it. They don't have nobody else that they would retire anything.
Their player in the last 2 decades. Jersey would make retire.
You know what?
Well, DeMarcus.
I'm about to
they
say,
can't. They already gave DeMarcus his number away.
But I'm about to say he'd be a Ring of Honor candidate. Now I know he still wants to play. He's still active. I really wish at some point they bring him home. Not to play. I mean, I'd love to have him on the roster, but acknowledgement type.
Well,
thing.
I feel like, okay. I was gonna say the two people he hated the most, I think, are gone, but I don't know that for sure.
I know that.
I know two people he really didn't like are gone, but I don't know if there's still some here.
I think there is.
Okay.
No, I have no inside information. I'm just reading tea leaves.
Can we get a power rankings of the people that DeMarcus Cousins did not like in the organization, and then we could kind of figure out if they're still here. But yeah, DeMarcus is definitely someone who should be remembered for a long time. I know Devin Blankenship, he was media relations for the King, longtime media relations person for the Sacramento Kings. He quote tweeted I put out an ESPN graphic with Chris Webber's quote on it about Sacramento. You gave me faith because God gave me you, or so I have faith because God gave me you, or something. He's like, inscribe this somewhere in the Golden One Center. This needs to be on a wall. Every time you walk by to get your beer, your French fries, or whatever you're going to get, you see that quote from Chris Webber.
Yes.
Put that on the big light up board that's outside. Put that out there.
Put that on the side of the building. Outside and inside.
Yeah. Hell, just make it a really long street name. It doesn't even matter at this point. Just make sure everybody sees that quote.
Have you been downtown lately?
I haven't. No.
I haven't. Last time that was July.
I live much further from downtown than I used to, so no, I don't go down there.
I haven't been down there.
The 49ers, this is from Ian Rappaport. The 49ers are finalizing a deal for veteran cornerback Trey Kirkpatrick. So we're said some starting experience following the injury to Jason Verrett. Kirkpatrick, who most recently played for the Arizona Cardinals, worked out for San Francisco and impressed.
So the thing with the 49ers in the secondary, I believe, and I said this for a long time, they know that it wasn't their strongest position coming into the season. But like I mentioned before, you can't fix everything in one offseason, right? You can't do it. So they probably looked at it as a situation of, we're going to try and get through this season with the secondary that we have. It's not perfect, not the ideal situation, but we're going to try and make it happen. And they're going to cross their fingers and hope everything works out. Well, they're probably their best corner went down. So now they're going to scramble. They went They got a Josh Norman, who, like I said, he's on the end of his career, but he's a pro. You trot him out there, better than Dante Johnson. And all they want to do is they want to make sure they're strong up front, strong in the middle, and they have enough pro-level guys to get through this season and see if they can make it happen. Like, I don't think they're going to do anything to fix the secondary to the point where people are going to be completely satisfied with what they're putting out there. It's always going to be a little lingering question mark. But they're going to bring guys in there, see if they have something left in the tank. I said earlier on game day the other day, see if they got a little Carlos Rogers in 2011 in them. You know what I mean? Get in the right situation, get with the right group, right scheme, see if they got 5 months left in them. That's what they're going to try and do.
So you don't think there'll be a point this year where you're, oh, okay, we're good. It's always going to kind of be, all right, we're going to need one from Josh Norman today. We're going to need one from Trey Kirkpatrick. We're going to need Emmanuel Mosley to stay healthy. We're going to need, what's the rookie's name?
Lenore.
Lenore, thank you. That they really like. You going need him to square up and be big this week.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not going to work. Sometimes an opposing quarterback is going to have a damn good day on your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, it happened last year. That defense was top 10 and top 5 in passing yards and all this other stuff. Russell Wilson in that first game went off on him. DK Metcalf. It's going to happen because you're going to, number one, you're in the NFC West. You're going to play these teams. So to think that even if you had, a bunch of people that you were comfortable with, that you were going to lock down some of these high-powered offenses, that's not the way the NFL necessarily works all the time, unless you have a Jalen Ramsey or something like that. But you just want guys that can cover the whole idea is cover long enough, as long as your guys get home. That the
two
guys
dribbles.
Two dribbles.
Two dribbles.
I'll put it to you like this. Their realization is the pass rush is what matters most to us right now. And if we can't get pressure on the quarterback, it doesn't matter who we have in the secondary. It's not going to work. So they're like, let's get into this pass rush. Let's get into this defensive line, and we'll address the cornerback and safeties positions next draft and offseason. We'll see if it happens. We'll see if it works.
Okay. There's a couple of notes coming in from Shams regarding next season that we'll talk about. And I got to ask you an uncomfortable question about your boy Kyle Shanahan. Based off everything we just talked about, Josh Norman and Drake Kirkpatrick and all that stuff, I got some things that I want to ask you.
Ask away.
And Trey Sermon's involved in this as well. That's all coming up here. Plus, we'll talk Raiders and Ravens as they close out week 1 tonight here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. All right.
House show.
Yep. I feel that way regularly, John. All right. Let's see here. Let me find my logo. Bam. And bam. All right. So Big E's going to cash in. Boy, this video is going to get old quick by the time it finally gets posted. But Big E's going to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase. And we all know this because he tweeted it. They're going to do this tonight. That sure is an interesting plan to announce that you're going to do it. And I get it. You want to get eyeballs on you. I think what's more frustrating, or not what's more frustrating, what's more telling about the state of where the WWE is right now is that I think this is the second time, in the last month or so, that the WWE has scheduled a match for a pay-per-view and then decided, like, nah, let's go ahead and put it on a show. Like, I think they did this with Rey Mysterio and Roman Reigns, didn't they? Wasn't Roman Reigns and Rey Mysterio scheduled for a pay-per-view? And then all of a sudden it was, no, I can't wait that long. And it was the SmackDown main event. Wasn't Bobby Lashley and Randy Orton scheduled for the pay-per-view? But they get so antsy because they don't plan long-term. Or if you believe some of the things that you read, maybe they do plan long-term and Vince McMahon just tears them all up. They're literally booking everything that they do on the fly. There were reports, I think, a week or two ago that Vince McMahon gets these scripts, he gets these show rundowns, and he tears them up over and over and over and over again to the point where they're writing the show while the show was on the air. The company has no direction. And I think this is like the perfect case in point. No matter how many times things went wrong in the old Attitude Era, even coming out of the Attitude Era and into the, the PG era and the John Cena era, they stuck with their plan. I mean, as evidenced by John Cena, they didn't deviate from what John Cena was doing. John Cena was the good guy. John Cena was the Make-A-Wish guy. No matter how much you booed him, no matter how much you cheered Triple H instead, we were going with John Cena. We had plans for John Cena. They didn't abandon them. They ran with them. They did the same thing with Roman Reigns. Now they're canceling events, and I guess these are things that they could do because of the WWE network. Because you're not shelling out $55, $65, $75 for pay-per-views anymore. It's $5 or $10, depending on whatever tier of the Peacock network that you've had. And you talk about playing it. Like, WWE has completely quit on the network. Like, it is trash. The network is absolute trash. But they don't care because they know if you're, I think it's an Xfinity customer, you get it for free. They know you can pay $5 to get it without commercials. They know that you can pay $10 standalone. They know that you'll get it. You'll get all of the NBC stuff, and then you'll forget it. If Extreme Rules doesn't have a main event, who cares? Didn't cost you anything. So they have no long-term planning. I have no idea what's going to happen tonight, whether Big E cashes in and wins, cashes in and loses. But what I can tell you is it doesn't matter because they don't know what they're going to do next. That's always the important thing. Whatever happens tonight, the most important thing is what happens next. They never know what they're doing next. And cut. And scene. Yeah, I think so. I think he's good. I was reading up on some stuff over the weekend, and yeah, I think he's good. Yeah, I heard that. I heard him tell, I think, Chris Jericho that one time. It's frustrating, man. It's frustrating because you literally can't get excited about anything they do. I do kind of like the heel Becky Lynch. I like that. Though that's not their plan. That's the frustrating thing. They turned Becky heel because they had to, because people were pissed at what they did with Bianca Belair. Did you see Fox bought TMZ?
No.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Fox bought TMZ.
Wow. Damn.
If you're getting out of the car, you're worried you're going to miss something, you're worried you're going to miss the final hour, no worries. Download the Odyssey app. You can listen to D-Lo and KC live, noon to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday. You can listen to D-Lo and KC on demand on the Odyssey app. And you can listen to Odyssey exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You also find your favorite artists on the Odyssey app, too, on the all-new artist radio stations. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Of course, you can watch and participate in the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Go be a subscriber. Actually, that's twitch.tv/ESPN1320. That's right. Go become a subscriber there. We're on our way to 400 subscribers over there on Twitch. And we're at youtube.com/ESPN1320. And the fan base continues to grow over there on YouTube as we continue to have fun here in the chat house. It's a great little community in this chat house here, and we hope that you join us, Casey.
I know you wanted to ask me some questions about Kyle Shanahan, but do you see our boy Shams getting loose with some info?
Yeah, I had mentioned that. I saw Shams was I couldn't keep up. It's like Shams just kept tweeting. But yeah, these are a couple of different changes that are coming into play next year. The NBA is discussing having an in-season tournament in future seasons with $1 million per player in prize money. That'll do it. The concept was discussed on a competition committee call today. Also from Shams, the NBA Board of Governors will vote this month to approve the coach's challenge being the lone method to review out-of-bounds calls with under 2 minutes left in games, meaning out of bounds plays will no longer be automatically triggered by officials or for officials, excuse me. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. Shams goes on to say this will eliminate the prolonged stoppages that occur at times in late NBA games. I don't understand that. How is that gonna eliminate prolonged stoppages? Because there won't be as many? Or what I don't understand about plays that are initiated by the replay booth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why does it take you so? Like, I refuse to believe y'all got the same cameras that we do. Like, y'all don't have a more advanced setup in Secaucus. You haven't figured out a way to. You have not yet figured out a way. Y'all figured out a way to have virtual reality seats. Like, I could sit courtside at my house. Y'all figured that out, but you can't figure out the most accurate way to determine if a ball went out of bounds or not.
I mean, I've said this since instant replay in all sports has been brought to the forefront, and I don't understand. Like, I'm not reinventing the wheel here when I say this. This seems like common sense to me. Somebody calls for a replay review. You got a minute and a half on the clock. If they can't figure out what happened in a minute and a half, you can't overturn the call.
I think a minute and a half is too damn long.
It could be too long. I say all the time, you get 3 different replays. If you can't figure out in 3 different replays, it's not inconclusive. You can't overturn the call. Let's move on.
I'm with that.
It to me is simple. Like, that's the whole notion. I feel like for a lot of these, I can't say for everything, but if you slow it down enough and you zoom in far enough, you can get the ball hitting the line just barely or whatever. But also, that's not the nature of what the rule is either. You know what I mean? So it's real simple to me. With the I feel like it'll slow games down or not slow them down, keep them from being slowed down as well. Because I think, and they're so loose with all this stuff, you never know what's a coach's challenge and what was triggered or anything like that. But I feel like the coaches only get one challenge. So, yeah.
I think that's right.
Again, they think they get one challenge. Now, the thing about it is, and what they need to get strict with this stuff. Typically, from my understanding, they get a challenge, and if they're right, they get the challenge back. I would say just give them one challenge, period. You don't get it back. Just one challenge, you move on. Maybe challenging some of the dumbest stuff too.
Well,
maybe challenging a block charge with 9 minutes to go in the third quarter.
See, that's the thing. Like, challenges, you should like what is the point in having a challenge in the first quarter, the second quarter, like the third quarter? Like, have a challenge. Like, challenge shouldn't even be able to be activated until the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Like, you get one challenge, you could use it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And you have to be down by single digits.
Yeah.
Or up single digit. Like, it has to be a single digit game one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be up 20 going, well, we want to make it 22 with 2 minutes left. And we're throwing, I was going to say we're throwing a challenge flag. We're twirling our finger in the air, whatever the hell we do to initiate a challenge in the NBA.
Buddy Hield is the most famous.
Freaking play, Buddy's running around. Luke!
No.
Like, God blessed, Buddy. Like, every 2 seconds into the game, tip ball goes out of bounds. Lakers ball. No.
Hey, Luke.
Flag.
And look, and be dead wrong. I'll look at the commercial like, why do you want this reviewed?
And you're dead wrong. And Luke fall for it every time. Man, Buddy's really adamant about this. Like, we've got to challenge it.
I'm gonna push back. Sometimes Luke just be looking at him like,
oh yeah,
get away.
Absolutely.
Get away. No. Hell no.
He'd be looking at him like, bro, you stupid. Like, stop it. Fam, there is 46 minutes in this game. I'm not challenging this play. Goodness gracious. Whatever eliminates the twirling finger in the air has become the defensive back who got beat by somebody and starts throwing the imaginary flag in the air. Just every time there's an imaginary flag in the air. Man, stop! Y'all doing too much.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Please fix that. Fix that whole thing.
What about the play-in tournament, or not play-in tournament? What about the in-season tournament? $1 million prize money.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to
call it
to
the $1
make
million game in the middle of the season. I think Vince McMahon line.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to make them care about it, but I would love in a perfect world. You know where I'm going with this one. You know what I'm about to say. You don't drop them boys down in Vegas in the middle of the season and throw that tournament there in Vegas. It'd be a lot of fun. I don't know how you would.
How much money does Vegas pay you to shill for them on a day-to-day basis?
Not enough.
Boy, you be repping Vegas hard. If I didn't know better. If I didn't know better.
That would be well. So if they did an in-season tournament, what, you gonna have these people fly around all over the place?
No, they'll probably do it in Vegas. That's probably what they'll do.
But then people, or do whatever. Maybe Chicago, like they like to do that, or the case may be.
I don't know that they'll go back to Orlando. You heard LeBron talking about PTSD, like he don't want to be anywhere near Orlando. They might not want to do anything in Orlando for a few more years. Let everybody get the bubble out of their memory.
Oh, I'm like, why is he tripping on Orlando?
They just don't. They have being so secluded there. They don't want to do that again. Let's get to these phone lines here real quick before we dive into some 49ers stuff. We got Monday Night Football. It'll be great to listen to the crew just talk how great John Gruden is for 4 hours tonight. 916-349-1320. We got Russell here. Russell, what's going on, baby?
Yeah, you're talking about the Kings with Rick Adelman trying to implement him, either being the Raptors or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
What if they do the court after Rick Adelman?
Oh, I like that.
That'd be really good. I like that. Man. That's a great call. It's a great call.
That's a good call, Russ. I like that. That's a hell of an honor, man.
Yeah,
that's a tough one because there's Rick. I think Rick Adelman, Red Auerbach. I think his name is on the court in Boston.
Yeah, it's Lisa typically Leslie's, a college thing that you see
Lisa Leslie's name was on the court for the Sparks. I mean, Pat Summitt's name is on the court at Thompson Bowling Arena.
Yeah, that's a good one. That would be fitting. That would be a real good tribute to the greatest coach in the history of the franchise.
I like that. That's a good call. That's a good call, Russ. If we had a prize, I'd give it to you, but we don't. So, thanks. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on these phone lines. You're listening to D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station. Driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us on this 49er Monday, this football Monday. Lots to talk about here. If you want to jump in on the program, you can. 916-349-1320 or jump in the chat house on either one of those streaming channels that I mentioned, Twitch or YouTube. We'll be with you till 4 o'clock. We've got Monday Night Football tonight with the Raiders and the Ravens. No doubleheader tonight. You like that?
No.
I don't know why I just went Kirk Cousins on you, but yeah, no doubleheader tonight. So you're in for the extra games.
I like the doubleheader Monday night. I always felt it's something that they should do every week, every Monday night.
Okay, that's a lot.
Why? 2
Monday night football games, a Thursday night game, a Sunday night game.
So to be honest with you, they didn't get rid of that Thursday night game.
That Thursday night game isn't that bad. Why are you hating on the Thursday night game? It's not that bad.
It's always
overblown.
No, it's always problematic. I mean, it's always it's not overblown. They always it's always a hassle for the two teams that are playing because for whatever reason, they're getting paid $70 billion a month, but they can't figure out a way to map out the schedule where the Thursday teams are coming off a bye.
Correct.
They always have to have the teams playing on Thursday, playing on that previous Sunday, all the time.
Yep. I don't know why they can't. I don't know why they can't figure that out either. It's obviously not a simple fix for like week 1, 2, 3, and so on. Well, it's a very simple fix for week 1, but for the first handful of weeks where there aren't any buys, it's probably a little bit more difficult there. Maybe you don't have Thursday night games there. I'm not sure. I feel you. I get it.
So
but
you'd
hard
rather
pass.
have
I do not
you'd
want.
rather have Thursday than 2 Monday nighters.
Correct. I do not want 2 Monday night. I didn't even like the 2 Monday night games on opening weekend.
That's also not your bag. It's more my bag because the 2 Monday nighters, that second one ends at like 11 o'clock.
It ain't for me. I ain't about that life. Ain't about that life no more, boss. Like that's like, tell me what happens. And you know they're gonna be West Coast teams too. So I gotta say, y'all got me up past my bedtime to watch the Cardinals and the Rams and the 49ers and the Raiders. And no, man, I ain't doing it.
Well, check this out. This is actually brings up something I wanted to say. Did you see who the hell is playing on Monday night next week?
I didn't. Oh, is it that bad already?
How did this even happen?
Oh, well, I mean, division.
Come on, man. Ain't no division rival. No, no.
Okay, it's the Detroit line.
Come on, man.
It's the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers, and I'm rooting for Detroit.
Oh, you know,
let's go, Jared Goff.
You know, I am too.
Let's get him, Jared Goff.
Mike the kneecaps off Dan Campbell. Let's go,
baby.
All right. But yeah, man, come on. Why are they on Monday Night Football?
Bro, just a quick look at next week. I hadn't looked at next week yet. It's kind of trash. Next week ain't no good. I mean, we got the Chiefs and the Ravens on Sunday Night Football. Interested in that.
Yeah.
Titans and Seahawks. I don't know. Cowboys and Chargers.
That might be a good game.
It could be. Yeah, that's a 125. Raiders and Steelers. Vikings and Cardinals, Falcons and Bucks.
Ugh.
Of course, we got the 49ers and the Eagles, Patriots and Jets. We haven't talked about Mac Jones and the Patriots yet. Bills and Dolphins, Texans, Browns. Dude, this is trash. Rams at Colts, Broncos, Jags.
But Thursday night is big trash too.
The Giants. It's not my beloved. Don't do that. Don't do that. The Giants at the football team. Whew.
Dad, go ahead.
Yeah.
Gonna put some butts in the seat.
That ain't it, boy. That is not it. That is a tough go. Boy, a lot of people, I mean, Tyler Hanke versus Daniel Jones, a lot of people in New York about to lose their job. Yeah, well. Yeah, yes, indeed.
I wanted to ask you real quick. I wanted to get to your the best things. We're bringing it back.
Okay. Don't forget, I got question. I got to ask you some questions about Kyle Shanahan too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but your best thing that you saw this weekend.
Because I'm Petty LaBelle, Petty Pendergrass, and whatever other petty name you can use, Petty Rupskin, Saints blowing out the Packers. That was my favorite thing. Now I'm leaving out the Hall of Fame because clearly the Hall of Fame was just fantastic. Like that was the best thing I saw this weekend for sure. But we had a discussion about that. I was kind of looking forward to. I loved every second of the Saints blowing out the Packers.
I love the game.
I just loved it. I loved it. And the fact that Jameis Winston threw like 5 touchdown passes, the fact that they've got a meme of Aaron Rodgers with a stupid look on his face and a ridiculous like man bun or a mullet or whatever else, he has. And the fact that, they're signing all his old buddies to come play for him and they don't listen to me and they don't do what I ask. Well, we listen, fam, and we got our ass kicked by Jameis Winston. I was all for that.
Jameis Winston.
Packers losing this year will be my favorite thing.
Oh, it's all.
I don't know if that's the only one I'm going to get, but I'm going to celebrate them.
Once again, the Packers lose. I love the game. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know that. Aaron Rodgers loses. I love the game. You know that. I'm all for it.
By the way, Bleacher Report just tweeted this out or just pushed this out. Twitter seems excited to see USC parting ways with its coach, and the Urban Meyer hot takes are flying. Urban Meyer, future head coach of the USC Trojans. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you talked about that game, the Green Bay Packers losing, and they should bounce back and go 1-1, and then it'll be a big game Sunday Night Football when he plays the 49ers in 2 weeks. But Jameis Winston, 5 touchdowns on the day. 5 touchdowns. He threw for 148 yards. That is the lowest yardage total for a 5 touchdown game in NFL history.
Hey, Jameis made history. Jameis was in a quarterback battle. Like, yo, about to go out there and get the. Oh, I think there's a more important stat to point out there. How many interceptions did he throw?
I'm taking it through none.
No interceptions, man.
Good for Jameis.
So unless he has a 0 touchdown, 5 interception game, he's already on pace to be better than the last time he started as the quarterback.
Did you see Drew last night?
I did. I saw someone that resembled Drew Brees. But yeah, I did see that. He looks spectacular. I need that hookup. I need the Drew Brees hookup. That's what I need.
No, I need it.
Drew, yeah, you need the Brian Urlacher hookup. That's what you need. Drew Brees' hair just got thicker. Brian Urlacher's hair came out of nowhere.
Well, look, I'm gonna say this.
Brian Urlacher's hair was like an RKO. Just whoa, out of nowhere.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not sure they do that for us.
Yeah, no, what they do. I mean, probably.
Although Floyd has changed my mind.
Well,
Floyd did something that I'd never seen before.
You get it painted on. I mean, LeBron does it. We all know LeBron does it. I wish Kevin Durant would do it.
But see, even then, they don't do it. Like Brian Urlacher can bring the hair back, and the hairline might just still be pushed back like it's all good. I need the hairline to come back too. I'm not just looking for the middle. I don't need that. I need the hairline. I need it down on my forehead. I don't need it in the middle of my head still.
You need the Mike Tirico joint? Boy, someone ought to tell Mike, like, man.
Mike be lining that. He used to line that thing up like, yo, I got to get a cut. What?
Like, Mike, it's in the center of your head, fam. Like, what do you, like Mike Tirico and, who is it? Is it Greg Gumbel? Just right the center of his head. Just
no. It's if I'm thinking correctly, it's James Brown.
Oh, is it James Brown? Oh man. Oh, it is James Brown. Yep, it is James Brown. Yes, you're right. It's James Brown. Yikes. That's that's tough. Tough.
Oh yeah.
You got to get that stuff. My barber put some stuff in my hair one day. I just thought he was spraying some. He does it all the time. Spray stuff in my hair. I got home and I looked and I was like, "Yo, what is?" And I'm looking like I was like, I look different. I look super different. And then get a workout in or take a shower or whatever, and then all of a sudden I don't look the same anymore. So I started eyeballing, like, what's this dude put in my hair? And I'm like looking, and a little sprayed. It tightens up the hairline a little bit.
Tightens it up,
little PED for the hairline.
Going somewhere that day, where it's really crisp.
That's what it's
perfect.
For. That's
it's perfect. Yeah. So
I rock it for the house parties.
I don't know Drew Brees and Brian Urlacher. I don't know if I can go to the same people. I might have to go somewhere else.
Well, we got to get you LeBron's guy.
Well, it's not that successful. LeBron in Space Jam 2, maybe. LeBron in the everyday setting.
No, we'll get you movie LeBron versus
CGI.
Playing.
You give me CGI.
Yeah. Did you see the Panther?
I did see that.
Dude, that was wild.
That was wild.
That was dope.
That was pretty cool. The Ravens one. Have you seen the Ravens one before? That was actually kind of terrifying.
I don't think I saw the Ravens one.
Year. The Ravens one, I was like, yo, this is kind of creepy. The Panthers one looked cool. The Ravens one looked creepy.
Panthers one looked dope.
YouTube that Ravens one. That was kind of creepy. Best thing I saw over the weekend. Saw a couple things.
Okay.
But I'm only going to go with the best thing that I saw. Number one, I know this isn't either one of our favorite topics or favorite schools, people, anything like that. Did you see the Notre Dame quarterback and what he did at the end of the game?
No, I don't think so.
So they were losing.
Okay.
He throws a pass, hits his finger on the defender's helmet. It's dislocated. He runs to the sideline. Trainer pulls it, pops it back into place. He comes back under a minute left. Very next play, throws the game-winning touchdown. It's crazy. That's crazy. I've never had a dislocated finger. I'm going to knock on some wood. I heard it's pretty painful to get it put back in place. But, yeah, I've never had – I can only imagine. But he wasn't even blinking. Like, he got it back in, went back into the huddle, didn't miss a play call, nothing. That was amazing. The other thing, not the favorite thing I saw. Did you see Yankees Mets last night?
Yes.
And everything that was popping off there?
Yes.
Oh, man, you know that's my bag. You know I love when they start.
That was garbage.
Like that.
That was such
energy.
See, I hate that because y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Y'all like baseball is the legitimate schoolyard.
Come out here right now. Let's go.
Oh, that was so fake. And what the Yankees do? The Yankees were like, boo. It was like the fakest baseball. I hate that.
I loved it. I love that. I love that stuff. My boy Ken, who's in the chat, we was having some of that on Friday a little bit. We was getting into a little, we was talking something on Friday night. Okay. I love that. I love that. I love seeing that, man. I love trash talk. I love it all. But that, go ahead.
I love the right, I get it. It's just like, why y'all are wasting time. You're emptying the dugouts. Like this is the professional wrestling part of baseball. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. You know you're not gonna do nothing. They know you're not gonna do nothing. I know you're not gonna do anything. You're literally standing across from each other, making all of these goofy mannerisms. No one is in between you. No one. There isn't even a hold me back thing. There's no one there. You're just like this imaginary wall where you pretend like you can't get closer because neither one of y'all want any smoke.
I love that talking, baby. I love talking that talk, baby. I loved it. But
speaking of professional wrestling, Casey, I want you to give me your best thing you saw this weekend in a heartbeat because we've got WWE tickets, WWE Raw, G1C.
Let's go.
We got them for you, and we got them next. Kenny's going to tell us the best thing he saw this weekend, and we're going to dive back into the 49ers. We've talked about the 49ers secondary. We've talked about the NFC West. We've got to talk about the concerns of those two things together. Plus, we'll end on a positive note, positive takeaway from the 49ers game yesterday, and we'll get you ready as much as we're going to for the Raiders and the Ravens tonight when D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry, I completely forgot about those tickets.
I didn't know we had them.
Completely. Yeah, I think Danny sent an email sometime last week.
When is this? Like October? It's like October.
Jesse knew. 18th, October 18th.
So I got a bone to pick with the WWE, and now I know they do these things. So help me out here.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw a commercial for them coming to Raw.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the match already set. Now, I know there are times when they film Raw, and then after Raw goes off the air, they have a match.
Dark match, yeah.
And I think that's what's going on as the more I thought about it. But
that's all they advertise is the dark match.
Okay. I was like, hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Don't do that. And the match was whack at that.
The WWE put out a 34-minute thing on the SmackDown after 9/11. And it was fine. Like there was nothing newsworthy in it. It was more like a recap of what happened rather than what went into it. And Bruce Pritchard did a podcast on it that was really, really good. They didn't share any of that stuff. Like absolutely none of it. Absolutely none of it. Again, it was just a recap where they showed up, like Tom Rinaldi did the voiceover for it. Trey Wingo was on it. So they really kind of flexed that we've got some big names here. But what I didn't know, like after 20 years,
mm-hmm.
The Rock and Stone Cold had a match after it was over, just for the live crowd. I never knew that. And not that that's terribly unusual, but they had a lot of times they'll put Rock and Austin out there and, they'll go for 5 or 6. But they had a real match, like a match in front of that crowd. And I thought that was pretty cool.
That's what's up. We pulling back the curtain just a little bit. You know, we don't have to have all the answers, but number one, we're gonna be in the building.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, we could be there. I mean, I don't.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know. I think Raw might. We might have a little time, but it's scheduled for 4:30 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3 hours too. I don't know. I'll make sure you and Reese have tickets. Jesse,
they probably
start
tickets 5, right?
Well, Raw will definitely start at 5. Yeah, they'll start having matches at 4:30. Raw was tough to be at when I lived 10 minutes from the arena.
Yeah,
that Joker was. I remember the last time I went, they filmed 2 shows, 2 Raws, because it was the holidays.
Oof.
Like I was like, yeah, ain't gonna be me.
We went one time. We went to SmackDown and they did a 205 live too.
Mm-hmm.
Now
everybody left. Yeah,
SmackDown's done.
I know Tim will be there. Tim ain't missed a wrestling show in a dozen years. Okay, caller number 3. Oh, y'all don't know the number? There's the number right there. Or this one. I bet Kenny doesn't even know that reference.
I don't get it. Popcorn. Is this The Office?
I see you, Dave. No, that's popcorn. No, popcorn's that's an old number.
What's
it's the number that used to give the time.
Really?
It's an 80s record.
I remember that happening. I didn't remember the number though. That's crazy. Anybody got a number to what was it? The hotline, the chat line?
I don't know what chat line you're talking about. Like Casey's acting up again. I don't know which one.
It's not. What is it called?
You can't ask innocent questions in the chat, by the way, because we've got these WWE tickets that we're going to give away. And someone asked, "What's the number?"
The party line.
But I remember the party line. No, I remember the party line.
Party line will be popping.
Of course, like I said, you can't ask an innocent question in the chat because you get all sorts of smart ass responses, including this one that says the number is 916 popcorn, and then there's this one from Kyle that says the number is 867-5309. I said I bet Kenny doesn't get that reference, and you have no idea how difficult it is if you get the reference to just say the numbers 867-5309 without singing them. See, it's an old 80s record that you don't know. It's all right.
Popcorn movie times.
Popcorn. I thought popcorn was like the time.
I could be wrong. I thought it was movie time.
No, that was movie phone.
Yes.
That was. I feel like popcorn was the number that you would call to get the time, which is such a fascinating thing to think about. Like you call a phone number to get what time it is. That is just an incredible thing to think about right now.
That is a trip, man. Hey, party line, though. That was boy, that party line. Oh, boy, that was popping. Let's go.
Okay, here's what I want to. Okay, we're going to give away the tickets in 2 seconds. Did you or did you not have a profile on Black Planet?
I might have. I was just. My older cousin, R.I.P. Aisha, she's probably 6-7 years older than me.
She was the girl I never had.
She was on Black Planet. That's how I found out about Black Planet. But it was like, it felt like, she's older. She's got a Black Planet. She wasn't even that old. She was like just graduated high school.
Right.
But it was like, that's what they do. They got a Black Planet. I didn't have one.
Early stages of social media, boy. I tell you.
Like I didn't have one, but I'd see other people's and
like
this is lit.
We have got tickets to WWE Raw October 18th. It's going to be a big night for the WWE tonight, if you believe some of the things that you see on social media. How will that carry over into Monday Night Raw next month? Well, we've got your tickets right now. Caller number 3 at 916-349-3776. 1320. Again, that's 916-349-1320. Caller number 3, and we'll get you set up with a pair of tickets to WWE Raw October 18th at the Golden One Center. Who will be the champion when WWE rolls around a little over a month from now?
Might have some action tonight.
We might have some action. WWE begging for ratings like we beg for likes over there on social media. That's all right. That's all right. Every once in a while, you got to beg. I learned that from listening to Key Sweat. Every once in a while, you got to beg. Give us your best of the weekend, and I want to get back to the 49ers. The best thing you saw this weekend.
The best thing I saw this weekend, I don't know if you saw Jacksonville State. They're a Hail Mary win over Florida State. Wow. That was crazy.
So the best thing I saw regarding that was the picture that came out today.
Now, I was going to ask you if you saw that.
Oh, I saw it.
We're canceling plans right there. That I'm not doing that after that loss.
That's a brother who was committed to his plan. Jacksonville State beats Florida State on a Hail Mary. My man on Florida State was like, well, I got a plan. I'm going to do it. Jacksonville State celebrating on the football field, and my man says, I'm going to propose to my girl. I'm going to propose to her on the field, so the team celebrating in the background be damned. I'm going to make this day special for me. And a photo emerges of a Florida State player proposing to his girl. Again, you can look off in the distance and see Jacksonville State players hopping around because they just won on a Hail Mary.
They got their dog pile going on in the background.
My man's, that's all right. I'm John Cena. Your time is up. My time is now. Girl, will you marry me? And she's all excited. She don't care nothing about it. And it's like, wow.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
My man was committed.
Not happening. Not happening at that moment. No.
That ring was burning a hole in his pocket. He was like, it is. I just played a whole game. And it's going down.
And the thing about that is you don't have to do it then. You could have pushed it back to the following week. You don't have to. You don't know nothing is going on.
Man, I guarantee you, it's probably why they lost. It was the only thing on his mind. He wasn't thinking about nothing else, but asking that girl to. That's true love. He was thinking about nothing else than asking that girl to marry him. There were some weird moments in sports. Did you see the cat?
I did see the cat.
Okay. Was that somebody's cat that they brought into the arena, or did the cat or the stadium?
Yeah, I sure hope not.
And I'm confused. Did they catch the cat, or did they miss it and the cat was just okay?
I think they caught it.
They caught it with the flag?
Yeah, I think they caught it. And speaking of crowds, did you see at the football team's game, the bathroom pipe?
Oh, yeah. And that was fitting. That was fitting. The plumbing, the sewage pipe burst at FedEx Stadium. I was like, that sounds right. This all is right in the world. This is perfect. This is the way it should be.
Oh, man.
The 49ers win yesterday. Okay, there's a couple of things I want to touch on before we wrap things up here at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. 49ers get the win. Much will be made about the comeback in the final 3 minutes. To me, that's not really that big of a deal. I think there are much bigger things to focus on. One, the so-called 2-quarterback system, I think, was overblown a little bit. We saw nothing that resembled the final game of the preseason, which I think we knew would be the case, but we didn't know exactly what the plans for Trey Lance was going to be. Kyle Shanahan says Trey Lance has a unique skill set that's different than Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to continue to try to work him in here. Now, maybe the way that the game was going, they decided they didn't want to use Trey Lance in this situation. But the fact is, whatever the reason was that that Kyle Shanahan didn't want to use Trey Lance more, Jimmy Garoppolo was playing really well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the most important part of it. As a matter of fact, the 49ers as a whole were playing really well. Not just Jimmy Garoppolo, but Elijah Mitchell, who stepped in with Raheem Mostert, who's going to be out for the next 8 weeks. Jason Verrett's going to be out for the season, as Kyle Shanahan speculated on last night. But, overall, final 3 minutes aside, the 49ers offense played really well, KC. And I think Jimmy Garoppolo, I heard Chris Biederman say this morning, Jimmy Garoppolo is bound for one boneheaded play in a game. And he accomplished it in the first play of the season. And he was good after that. I go so far as to say he was great after that.
He was balling. Jimmy was balling yesterday, man. And that offense was cooking. You know what I mean? They put up 41 on the day. And they actually, I thought they could have put up 50. They left plays out there. There was a moment in time, I keep coming back to it because it was just, for how late it was in the game, for this to be the case was insane. They were averaging 10.6 yards per play.
Yeah.
A first down per play late in the third quarter. That's how much the offense was humming. That's how much they were cooking. They were almost cooking too well because they would score relatively quickly. And the 49ers defense, I think it was Lenore was one of the guys, but it ended up playing 90 snaps. The defense was out there forever.
That's crazy.
On Sunday. And I think maybe that had a little bit to do with the comeback as well. But I mean, that offense that Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, Deebo Samuels, George Kittle, Elijah Mitchell was putting out there, it was cooking.
Yeah. Any other takeaways from the offensive side of the ball that you want to focus on? I mean, of course, Trey Lance had the one play, the one touchdown pass. I mean, it was certainly, and it was early in the game too. So it was before things got out of hand. I think it was even before Dre Greenlaw's interception, his pick six. So it was still early, and there was he throws the touchdown pass, and it was like, oh, he threw the first touchdown pass of the season. Oh boy. All right. Like let's see how this materializes. And it legitimately materialized into nothing. It was a great part of the game. It was a stellar play, but ultimately everything was surrounded by Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, man.
Or everything was pushed by Jimmy Garoppolo.
That was probably the negative that I had with the offense. Him trying to incorporate Trey Lance a couple of times. It was disastrous. It was terrible. The play calling that Kyle Shanahan had for Trey Lance. I mean, if you're gonna have him out there, don't have him out there running. One play ran like some kind of trap, play, like a draw type. Like, what is this trash? The Lions were ready for it. It was unimaginative. It was just bad. It was bad. Nothing to do with that anymore. Throw that idea out the window. And if you bring Trey Lance in there, you need to bring him in there to be a quarterback, which means he has an opportunity to run if it's there, but you are giving him the option between a pass play and a run play. Give him a chance. So I didn't like that. A positive takeaway, though, is, and this is always a positive, I didn't hear much of anything from the offensive line. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Let me see if I got the numbers up in front of me. I think there was one sack, or did Jimmy avoid it? Yeah, he had one sack. The Lions had one sack. Or they might have had three. Am I reading this right? I don't know. But there wasn't that many. I'll put it to you that way.
I think it was one.
Yeah, the one that I can only remember. And then Jimmy got an intentional grounding one time too. But, I mean, the offensive line stepped up. And if they can do a good job of keeping Jimmy or Trey or whoever upright in the passing game, that's going to be big. That is going to be big for what the 49ers want to do this year, because I really believe a lot of what rides on the 49ers' ability to win the NFC and possibly get to the Super Bowl, possibly win the Super Bowl, is squarely on health. It's on health.
Well, that's tough, given we've mentioned Dre Greenlaw with the pick six. He's day-to-day right now with the injury he had. Raheem Mostert's out at minimum the next 8 weeks. He's having surgery to deal with some ripped up cartilage in his knee. And, you and I both said, 8 weeks. It's awfully optimistic. Don't count on it. At least don't count on him coming back and being useful. But the good side of that is you got the big performance from Elijah Mitchell yesterday. You still got Jermichael Hasty, who the team seems to be high on. And you've got Trey Sermon. Now, I told you I had some questions for you regarding Kyle Shanahan, because we have laid out the problems in the secondary or the concerns in the secondary. And we're going to get back into those in just a couple of minutes. But we've talked about, we mentioned Drake Kirkpatrick signed by the 49ers today. The rumors of Richard Sherman Kyle Shanahan talked about Richard Sherman last night. They've already signed Josh Norman, who's 33 years old. You've got Emmanuel Mosley. We don't know the status of him for next week. You got Jason Verrett, who's out for the year. You got the rookie there. It's like, all right. Then you got a running back that you took in the 3rd round, who you deemed not a top 3 running back, not good enough to be active for you. Mm-hmm. Did they drop the ball on this past draft? Because leading into that draft, we talked over and over and over again about the biggest needs for the San Francisco 49ers. Secondary offensive line. If there was a guy that you like there enough with the offensive line, then maybe you go that and then you go secondary. But secondary offensive line. Hell, when they made the trade, we knew they were drafting neither one of those positions. We knew that they were drafting a quarterback. All right, cool. You still got other needs that you have to address as you move along in the draft. And I love Trey Sermon, and I'm not off that train yet. I'm concerned. I'm a concerned passenger, but I'm not off that train yet. But regardless of how much I like Trey Sermon or how good Trey Sermon turns out to be, did they make a mistake by not drafting in that secondary position earlier in the draft?
Well, it's feeling like it. It's feeling that way right now. This draft, and it feels like this is a microcosm of all the drafts that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have had, where there's like earlier in the draft, it feels like, I'd have to really go back down and look at it. It feels like they've been disastrous. Whether you're talking about Solomon Thomas, Joe Williams, Kello Weatherspoon, the jury's out on Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah.
You know, and now they got this guy, Aaron Banks, who can't play. Trey Sermon, he was inactive. But in the back of the draft, they kill it, right? Get George Kittle in the back of the draft.
Yeah.
Get somebody like Elijah Mitchell.
It's a unique skill that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have when it comes to screwing up the front of the draft, but nailing those later picks.
Elijah Mitchell. So it's a weird dynamic because, breaking news here. At the end of the day, in the draft, you just want to draft good players.
That is breaking news. Yeah. Solid strategy.
In a way, it doesn't necessarily matter when you draft them. So they get guys like George Kittle. They get guys like Fred Warner was a 3rd round guy. But you get a guy like Greenlaw. You get a guy like Elijah Mitchell. If you, like, for instance, you have Trey Sermon and Elijah Mitchell in this draft, and, you know, I know it's just one game, but Elijah Mitchell ends up being pretty good. I'm not even saying like a Pro Bowl or nothing, but pretty good. You kind of saved yourself, right? It doesn't necessarily matter that Trey Sermon, he can't even play for you, because all it is if the roles were reversed, you wouldn't be tripping off Elijah Mitchell because he was a 6th rounder and he's no good. Right. You got your good running back. Like, all you want is your good running back. It doesn't matter. But the optics of it all, because Trey has that 2nd or 3rd round tag to him, it looks like, a draft missed on that one. Well, we just hit on a guy that ran for 118 yards or whatever.
Well, and it's not just the 3rd round miss. It's also, you got, you know, a couple of 30-year-olds now who could potentially be starting at the quarterback position. Again, we have no idea what Emmanuel Mosley's status is. And I feel like we'll just find out on a week-to-week basis. We'll monitor the reports from practice, whether he's practicing or not. How much practicing is he getting? Is he off with the training staff? Is he is he inside of the media? Like, I think we'll be monitoring those things pretty regularly. We'll be monitoring who gets the most first-team reps. Is it Josh Norman? Is it Drake? Who is it? Those are things that we'll all be figuring out over the course of the next handful of days.
Pluto out of here.
Those are things Kyle Shanahan might be figuring out over the course of the next couple of days.
Facts. Pluto out here brings up a great point. I think that this should be their strategy moving forward.
One of my favorite names on Twitch, by the way.
Need to trade all your early draft picks for multiple later draft picks. that sounds like the move right there. Because
solid way.
Our guy Bryce is in the chat right now, going down the list of like these draft picks anywhere in the first 3 or 4 rounds. They're stinking it up. We got guys like Josh Garnett, Ronald Blair, Sean Robinson, Jeff Gristle. I think he was in the 5th or 6th round. Reuben Foster, Dante Pettis.
Jeez.
I mean,
Goodness
they
gracious,
really,
that's brutal.
They really barely ever hit in the early rounds, which is astonishing considering like how we look at this roster and how feel like they're deep because I think they are, but
well, like you said, Kenny Dilfer, you need to draft good players.
Hey man, got to draft good players.
You can't draft bad players and still be good. I feel like Trent Dilfer would be proud of that line.
Now, let me be a little fair. Let me just be a little fair to the 49ers. Because like I said,
Chris says all 5th rounders for life.
I'm gonna be a little fair to John Lynch because I already told you guys. I said this is what it feels like. It feels like. Let's just say they've been hit or miss. Because last year in the first round, Javon Kinlaw, Brandon Ayuk. Regardless of what you think about Brandon Ayuk after yesterday, he had a really good rookie season. I think he's a good quarterback. Javon Kinlaw, good year as well. The year before that, Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuels. It's pretty damn good.
Not bad.
It's pretty
Not bad.
damn good.
97 looked good yesterday.
The year before that, Mike McGlinchey, Dante Pettis, not good at all. Well, Mike McGlinchey, he might get to a second contract.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs a big year.
Yeah, he's there's still a question mark there. But Dante Pettis, not good. But in the 3rd round that year, they got Fred Warner. So I don't know. I mean, they're hit or miss in these drafts. And like I said, the late round guys, they tend to do a pretty good job with that. But I don't know. Not having a Trey Sermon active for week 1, that's not a good look.
That's concerning. It'll be significantly more concerning if he's not active next week.
That would just be damn stupid.
Because it's like, all right, we've got a problem here. We've got like a long-term problem here, not a week 1 problem here. We've got a really big problem here if Trey Sermon is inactive and Raheem Mostert's gone for the next 8 weeks. So that's obviously something that we'll follow moving forward. But we've sang the praises of Jimmy Garoppolo. We've expressed our concerns about that 49er secondary and, of course, just running down, the different, misses in the draft, not addressing that position the way they should. And now you're in a position where you signed Drake Kirkpatrick and you've already got Josh Norman on your roster and who knows what combination of those guys are going to be playing moving forward. So you have a division right now that went 4-0. AFC West has the opportunity to do that tonight as well if the Las Vegas Raiders beat the Baltimore Ravens. But you had big performances from Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson, Matt Stafford, and Jimmy Garoppolo. Of those 4 teams that I just named, again, really good performances from all of them. And they were all different. Russell Wilson, first half season MVP.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 4 years in a row. It's going to happen. He ain't going to win the real one at the end, but that first half award that's non-existent, he'll get it. Oh, Matt Stafford. What was it? Who was it? Peter King? Matt Stafford, MVP this year?
Yeah.
He's off to a good start. Off to a good start. Look good. Everybody looked a little bit different. Kyler Murray looked like Kyler Murray. He looked like the Heisman Trophy winner. He looked solid out there. And I thought Jimmy Garoppolo played like Jimmy. He played like 2019 Jimmy Garoppolo. When you dive further in and you look around at the defenses, who has the best defense to counter that particular quarterback? Or let me rephrase that. Who has the best defense to counter those other quarterbacks in this division?
So
unfortunately, I don't think it's San Francisco.
No, it's the Rams. I mean, the Rams got the best defense in the division for sure. I think the Niners might be second though.
Really?
Yeah.
I know Seattle has always had flaws on that side of the ball.
I think they're all about even right now from what I've seen after 1 week. I think Seattle.
It's LA.
Yeah, no, LA's number 1.
Okay, and then everybody else. All right.
Everybody else is about even. I think I like parts of all their defenses, right? So, guys like Budda Baker in the secondary for Arizona. I love what he brings to the table. Seattle, you got Jamal Adams, who isn't doing any much in the way of coverage, but they use him as a pass rusher and the way he can get to the quarterback. And then you still got Bobby Wagner with there. You got to put respect on his name. But the Niners, I love what they bring to the table. We always talking about if healthy, and I'm not even necessarily expecting them to be healthy. But if you got anchors like Bosa and Ford, and you're bringing them attacking the quarterback, and then you got guys that linebacking core that I talked about earlier, that's a problem for anybody having to deal with Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, and Alex Shazier. Like, it's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah. Did we reference how problematic Chandler Jones was yesterday?
He was a problem as well.
Man, my goodness. 5 sacks yesterday for Chandler Jones.
Ooh.
Goodness gracious.
Woo.
Someone check Ryan Tannehill's pulse, man. That is tough.
He absolutely was a problem. So I think all these defenses are pretty good. Like the 49ers secondary is a concern.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't want people to jump out the window. Like they don't have the worst secondary in football. Like
right.
It's an average right now. To me, it's an average unit at best. They're not terrible in the secondary. Like when you talk about secondary, you're talking about everything. So Jimmy Ward and Jaquazi Tart are good. They're good safeties. You know what I mean? Lenore is good. K'Wan Williams, one of the best slot corners in the game. So I know people like to look at the 2 outside cornerback positions, and that's where the hole is, and they don't really have the depth. But I mean, it's not garbage what they have in the secondary right now.
I think there's also something worth pointing out because we think of, we're obviously seeing the injuries. We're talking about the bad secondary, and that feels so reminiscent of last year. I think you said this earlier, PTSD. Like we remember all of the injuries that the 49ers got very, very early in the season last year, and it derailed everything.
Yeah.
Big difference right now this year. Again, it doesn't. The issues in the secondary are still very much there. However, there's one big difference, one really, really freakishly big difference between last year and this year, and that's your man's number 97.
Yes.
97 was out there. We talked about defensive player of the year this year. 97's out there.
Yeah.
Like he was putting in that work. He'll have to wrestle the trophy away from Chandler Jones because right now, if we're going week to week, Chandler Jones gets the defensive player of the year. But you got him, and you got a guy I don't think you were expecting a lot from.
He was big yesterday.
D Ford.
He made big plays left and right yesterday.
So we talked about this, leading into the season. We talked about it with Chris Peterman. We talked about it with Kyle Madsen. We talked about it with everybody who covers the 49ers who has joined us. How much will the return of 97, how much will the potential involvement of D Ford, and of course everybody is hesitant with D Ford because of his injury history, how much pressure will that take off of the secondary? So even though you could argue the secondary is, I wouldn't say you would argue it's just as bad as last year, but if it's better, it's only like a microcosm better, right? Well, the fact that you've got 97 and D Ford back, man, that could make that you could sugarcoat crap with that.
Absolutely. And let's also be real about what we're looking at right here. You're getting, hopefully, knock on wood, hopefully you're getting Emmanuel Mosley back next year or next week. Richard Sherman, I mean, who knows? He may come back or whatever the case may be, but he's not there. It'll be Josh Norman or Kirkpatrick, whatever the case may be. That's essentially the same secondary they had in 2019. People act like they was out there with Dion and Patrick Peterson and prime Richard Sherman in 2019. No. Emmanuel Mosley started. Akello Weatherspoon started at the cornerback position. They had Jimmy Ward and they had Jaquazi Tart. And essentially, you've got 3 of those 4 guys back without Sherman in the fold. So I say that to say, and I'm not expecting this to be the case, but that secondary was a historically good second. They were breaking records for the number of yards given up throughout that season. This team isn't going to come nowhere near that. But what made that great, and this is John Lynch's and Kyle Shanahan's strategy and what they're gambling with and what they're hoping they can repeat, is the front 4 is what changed everything. And having Bosa, having D Ford there, and if that can help out other guys, whether it's Kinlaw, Armstead, whatever, you're going to be missing Buckner. But that's the thing. If you can get the pressure before like they were, and you can drop back a Greenlaw, a Fred Warner, and whoever else you want to have in the linebacking core, that's what changes everything right there. And that's what they're going to be playing for.
You mentioned his name, and I feel like it's the first time today. I didn't see a lot of Eric Armstead on Sunday. Yeah, we don't have to have that discussion today. We don't have to have that.
Like 9 pressures or something like that.
Did he really? I missed those.
Yeah, everybody did.
I didn't see those. I apologize.
Every time.
Okay. I'll watch the game closer. I saw Bosa doing it. I saw 97 doing it. I saw D Ford doing it. I heard their names being called. I saw
the street and getting back there.
I was gonna say I and Fred Warner wasn't invisible to me.
Oh,
I saw Fred Warner out there working. Man, the number of games where you're looking at Armstead like, come on, fam, like give us something here. Like you're capable. It's starting to add up. But
maybe he's not as capable as we think he is, as we want him to be.
We'll see. I don't want to believe that.
I think here's the reality of the situation. I think when you talk about Eric Armstead, I think he's a cool football player. He is probably a little overpaid for what his production brings to the table. And you definitely need other great players around him for him to be at that level that he was at 2019. And that, I think that's fair to say. I think that's all right to say. I don't think he's a scrub or nothing like that. Like he's okay. He's okay. But he was fortunate. He was fortunate to have the year he had coming in a contract year, and the Niners laid out the future of the salary cap the way they did, where they were like, we know Eric Armstead is not Buckner, but we feel, this is what I always talk about, take a percentage of somebody. We feel like we could get 70% of what Buckner brings to the table for cheaper, and we can keep Jimmy Ward. So that's the move we're going to make. That's what it is.
I see a note here from, Dr. David, here it is. Lions ran the ball pretty effectively. I think that was one, we've spent so much time talking about the secondary, and of course it's highlighted by the Jason Verrett injury, and it's highlighted because we were already on high alert regarding that position group anyways. But, if you were going to pick something that like you should have some concerns over, or something that Kyle Shanahan should have some concerns over, and they need to tighten up in the film room or really dive into in the film room, it's the 49ers run defense. The Lions averaged 4.8 yards per rushing attempt. They had to stop running the ball. They got down by so much. But when they ran the ball, they ran it pretty effectively.
Early in the game, and in the one of the early drives, a couple of the early drives, they were running it right up the gut on the San Francisco 49ers, and they were having their way. Now, this was
Jamal Williams, especially.
Jamal Williams, he was doing a really good job. This is why I say, and you say, you gotta watch the game. You gotta watch the whole game. Niners cut that water off after a little while. And this was something that I had to remind myself, and I wanted to bring this up. I'm drawing a blank right now. I always call him DeMarco, but that's not his DeMarco. What's the
DeMeco Ryan?
DeMeco Ryan. His first game as coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first game. Like, it's different being a position coach, and now you're making the calls to what the defense is doing, what the play calling is, and things of that nature. There's a bit of a learning curve for that. Robert Saleh, regardless of how I feel about him, I think he's a good coach. But there's also something to be said that he had done that for 4 years. He was familiar with what he wanted to do. He had been around the league a couple of times, so he's familiar with tendencies and all this other stuff. And I had to remind myself that Ryan, like, this is his first game as a coordinator. And early in that game, I think Anthony Lynn is the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. Anthony Lynn was, welcome to the NFL, young fella. Welcome to this seat, this play calling seat. He found something, he exploited it, and he was going to work. Now, as the game went along, Niners defense got better with that. And the reason why I know they did get better with that is I took this screenshot with 4:33 left in the third quarter. The Lions had 197 total yards.
Mm-hmm.
They were averaging 4 yards per play. So what that tells me is a lot of the work they were doing early, which they were gashing, they were driving down the field and doing a good job with that. 49ers defense turned that water off. They made certain adjustments and they turned that water off until 5 minutes to go or whatever the case may be.
Did they turn the water off, or did the Lions stop running the ball as much?
A combination of both.
Okay.
A combination of both. Like I said, this was the Lions didn't go exclusively to the passing game.
No, they didn't.
At the beginning of the third quarter.
So you think this is? Do you think this is like, okay, like there's nothing to worry about? Look how they tightened up here in game one. Like they corrected this quickly.
No, they tightened it up in the game. That doesn't mean that it's fixed.
It's
permanently.
fine. Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's something they're going to need Kinlaw back. Whatever adjustments they made during that game, they're going to have to make sure to remember to be aware of that moving forward. But I mean, that's also a little bit of a positive sign. They made an adjustment. They were able to make an adjustment and kind of fix that a little bit. So, you know, okay. We'll see if they can incorporate that into what they do all the time on the defensive end.
Okay. Well, it's week one, and I had a different.
Oh, look, John Bull watched the game.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna stall John Bull. I kind of felt the same way he did.
So when did they stop running?
Now stop. Now we got to be careful when we say this. Like, it's not that they stopped running the ball, period. They obviously didn't stop running the ball, period. I felt like the plan early in the game was to run the ball. You talked about Anthony Lynn finding something that worked. First play of the game, I think Jamal Williams went for 10. I think he picked up a first down on the first play of the game.
He was doing great.
Yeah, he did well. But I felt like they were approaching maybe at 100 yards around the end of the second quarter, headed into halftime. Maybe at halftime they were at 100 yards. I don't feel like they devoted much time to the run game. Like, again, I don't know how many plays they were running the ball, but it was 30. Was it 31-10 at halftime? Somewhere around there. I won't argue with it if that's wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, you got to use the big high-paid quarterback that you acquired in the offseason to bring you back from that. And I'm not saying exclusively out of the gate you're dropping back every time. You're trying to get into a flow. I don't think that flow was there for him, and they had to start throwing the ball.
Yeah, they had to start throwing the ball in the third quarter when they were down as much as they were, but they also stopped running the ball as well in the second quarter. Like, how do you
I'm not saying running the ball well. I'm talking about running the ball, period.
They stopped running the ball in the second quarter? Is that what you and John are telling me?
No, I'm telling you, no. What we're saying is they got down by a lot, and their game plan changed. Their game plan wasn't Anthony Lynn's game plan changed.
But I understand that. What I'm telling you is they weren't down 31-10 in the second quarter.
So they made an adjustment for like 5 minutes. Okay, this is a dumb point to argue. Do we agree that the 49ers run defense has some holes in it and it needs to be cleaned up?
Yeah.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. If you missed any part of the show, it is available for you on demand. Hit the subscribe button or follow button on whichever platform you're on. Podcast available on Odyssey, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get podcasts from. We'll put a bow on week number 1 tomorrow when it's officially concluded after the Raiders and the Ravens battle tonight. We appreciate you for being with us today, and we hope that you'll be with us tomorrow here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Do we have to give away those tickets every day at 1? Is that the idea? Okay. All right, I'll make a note for that.
You guys are such contrarians when it comes to the 49ers. Jesus Christ. Jesus.
How so?
Again, nobody ever say nothing about the 49ers. Niners, they did better on the defensive end. Cap. What? Okay. I don't understand it.
I mean, I don't know. It's like we're picking. It's like we're breaking the game into 3 different parts. As a whole, I don't think their run defense was good. But if you want to say it was good from like partly through the second quarter through the third, okay, fine. I still think a majority of the game their run defense wasn't good.
I think
it's got to get better.
Yeah, it started out shaky. I didn't like it. I tweeted earlier. I was like, "Yo, they're playing like they got the kneecaps bitten off. Like they need to be better on the defensive end up front." They got a couple stops, did what they had to do, and then we're able to get them out of their game plan.
Okay.
Jay's thought the last one to be talking about a super fan. The last person. Jay's thought
super fans.
Jay's thought he the last one. That's a dude that we don't hear. We don't hear from unless the Rams win. We'll never hear from Jay Starr unless the Rams win.
Man, I know this is about the hometown, and I think he's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to go back and watch some different versions of y'all talking about these pressures. I do not, and maybe pressures like I just know like I spent some time like as the game went along, like not out the gate. D Ford was rolling, 97 was rolling. It was like, okay, let me focus on Double A, the enforcer. Is he out there? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh, right on, man. That's a hell of a scream name, but welcome to Twitch, man. Appreciate you. We're happy you found us. Happy you found us. But can you explain? There's a lot going on there. I always wanted to ask this: what is Pluto out here? Where does that screen name come from? Where does the Pluto out here name come from?
Yeah, explain that.
Oh, he's a Niners fan. He here. All right. And John's pulling out receipts.
John, I'm looking at the play-to-play. I'm looking at the literal play-to-play. DeAndre Swift had a nice little, 15-yard run with a score of 14-7 in the second quarter. After that, run up the middle -1. Another run -4. They had to pass. They had to give the ball away. Another time, get the ball, 2:25 left, short pass, 10 yards. Next one, 3 yards. Another pick. That was it. Did I say they I don't even know what John is arguing. Like, to be honest with you, they shut it off. Does that mean everything is fixed? Absolutely not. You guys don't listen. You asked me the question, Damien. You said, do they still have concerns from the run game? What did I say?
Yes.
What are you guys talking about? I don't know, man. What did Paul Silas say one time? Am I speaking Chinese?
I don't know. All I know is nothing has been the same since the Shohei Ohtani conversation. Like, literally everything changed that day. Like we've got chat house attacking guest. We've got you going at the chat. We've got me going at the chat. We've got the chat going at each other. Just nothing has been the same. Absolutely. I guess.
Maybe so.
I guess.
Maybe so.
49ers game was a tough one. I wanted to, but also wanted Jared Goof to get the business.
Hey, you gonna get it. Hey, Jason, you gonna get in here and get jumped. And the Rams lose. Get in here and get jumped.
Yep, Tim's still here. He's still standing. He's still strong.
Still here, still standing.
Oh, I don't even think that's a conversation in my mind, Patrick. That's not a conversation. Give that man all the MVPs.
Look, John. I'll tell John what he wants to hear. The 49ers would have never stopped the Lions defense. Would have never stopped the Lions run game if they would have been able to keep running. Lions probably would have ran for about 150, 160 yards. Is that what John wants to hear?
I mean, that's probably close. Okay, let's all go. I think we need a break. We're let's all come in.
I love the game.
Let's all do this all day.
I can do this all day. I'm okay. This is what I do though. We talk. I talk. We have conversations. We go back and forth.
Oh, it's Mr. Halliburton. I was like, what button is that?
I want Iguodala.
I haven't used some of these buttons in so long. I don't even know. Oh, this is still one of my favorites.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Thank you for your honesty.
Nah, man, this is fun. This is much like the power rankings. Like I love doing this.
No, is that what it's called? Rams House? Rams House. You ain't going with that.
Rams House till
but
somebody else.
Maybe one of Kenny's favorite players will sign there and you'll get
till somebody else comes to town and it's whoever else is in that. Who y'all play next at home?
What's is this in Sac? What that is?
JJ is bomb though.
Okay. All right.
You see it?
We're leaving. We're leaving. John ruined it for everybody. We're leaving. Love y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Hey, let's all come in with our happy faces on, and let's all Rodney King this thing tomorrow and get along. We'll see you at noon. Love y'all. Appreciate it.